different coloured one for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go live. Are you ready?
All right, let's do it.
Nice. All right, we're doing it.
All right.
Hold on. Okay, it says we're live. Hopefully that's truthful. But you never know with these things, do you?
YouTube never tells the truth, not once.
I haven't. Not a single stream has gone by where Susan and her army of ghouls haven't lied to me about something.
I mean, Wijiki keeps it interesting. Are we doing? Is this Halloween themed? Is this ghoul themed?
Yeah, these are spooky theories we're talking about today.
All right, get your fucking popcorn, guys.
Yeah.
Get your jack-o'-lanterns lit.
Get a spoon and a pumpkin ready. Eat a spoonful of raw pumpkin. Make sure you get plenty of seeds.
I think they're more decorative. You don't use like a. You don't use like a. I mean, I guess you could cook it. I mean, if you carved it then cooked it, it'd be spooky and delicious, which is all I've ever wanted from anything.
That's the.
Are we actually live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh shit! All right, let's be professional.
Are you sure? Are we really known for that? Is that on brand for us to be professional?
No, it's really not.
Yeah.
What are we doing today, Glidus?
Well, here in the Funhouse, we're going to talk about some theories that, I mean, you know what we're... Don't do that thing where you pretend we don't know what we're going to do.
I'm trying to be a good talk show host. I'm just, prompting the...
Well, see, my shtick is that nothing goes as planned. So I'm not yes-anding you, I'm no-butting you. So, let's talk about some theories.
Let's do that.
Do you have some images to share with the people about our first theory of the day? I guess we'll go from the top of that document.
Why not going from the bottom? Let's talk about young Griff.
Yeah, young Griff. So, I talked about this a little bit in one of the streams. Hang on, there we go. That's you. That's your screen. Oh, hang on. I want to change that so that people can't see the weird Discord stuff off to the side. That's good. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, and I was like, how am I going to talk about whether or not I think theories are going to be revealed or not?
Yeah.
And
yeah, because one of the weird things about the fandom is that we exist, like, so much of the fandom exists in the space between book 5 and the following books. Which means that we've had all this time to speculate about theories and very little opportunity to have them proven or disproven,
Except for the entire show, but then most people discount that when talking about rightfully so, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, which is one of the super, awkward and unique parts of this fandom, having the adaptation end before the books. For good or for worse.
So yeah, there's all these ideas about young Griff. Most people seem to think he's a Blackfire. There's some niche weirdos who think he's a Bright Flame, or that he's actually who he says he is, or that he's, hot pie on Podrick's shoulders. But so some people submitted, and this is worth talking about, that we'll never know. We'll never have a straightforward answer about young Griff being, that guy from page 478,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the meaning of it would be, because, I mean, to me, the whole, fakeness of young Griff ties to that, Varys line about power is a shadow on the wall. It's a mama's trick, and that's why young Griff is the mama's dragon. And so the idea of him being illusory makes so much sense in that regard. But maybe, Varys will be kind of vindicated by it not mattering. Because Varys is, in the camp of, nothing is real. We can construct our own sort of reality of power. We can invent this perfect prince, and we can invent his story, and we can pretend that he's Rhaegar's legitimate son. And I guess if it's never proven that young Griff wasn't really Rhaegar's son, then I guess that would sort of, in a way, prove Varys right. And maybe that would sort of support, the the story's thesis on power. Like maybe the idea is that power is something illusory. Like because obviously, should it matter whether he's the son of a prince? Should it matter whether Jon is the son of a prince? Should it matter whether Daenerys is, rightful or not? That's all predicated on like this feudal notion of like royal blood.
I love all this stuff you're talking about, but I'm gonna stop you right there because everyone's complaining about buffering. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and hopefully that'll calm the whole thing down. Sorry to interrupt you like that while you were in the middle of an admittedly epic rant about.
No, that makes perfect sense. We're putting way too much strain on.
Hopefully,
on,
the
internet.
Poor old third world internet can't handle this kind of stuff. I hope that that's the issue and that it'll be fixed up. But if not, at least this is being recorded, and I'll just edit it and make it good in the final product.
Perfect.
So sorry everyone watching live, but you can't win them all. Sorry for interrupting you like that.
Oh, it's all good. What do you think about young Griff being proven or disproven
yes, so
as Aegon?
There's this moment in A Dance with Dragons, like the chest of clothes, right, that Tyrion spies on the Salisbury Quran, that has a bunch of different colored shit, and like people have gone wild with that about like, hey, Aegon can put on this color pants, and then people will think, he's a Meadows, or he's a Velaryon, or he's any type of person that would make a certain house more willing to ally with him, right? He's a canvas on which Illyrio and Varys can just paint whatever allegiance they want. And I think that...
You mean on the Shy Maid?
Yes.
So
I sure do. You know Gurm and ships, and how he just, like, puts ships into the story, and it's like, okay, man, I get it. There are ships.
Do they really need names? It's a means of transportation, George.
I don't name lots of people do name their cars.
Do they?
Yeah.
There's not one named car in Westeros, so I'm unconcerned with that. But yeah, no, you're right. Like the clothes are like the costumes of the mummers that Varys grew up with.
I'm gonna go back to this. There we go.
And I also think it relates to the imagery of a shadow, because like a shadow is cast, right? Like Varys says that power is a shadow on the wall, and Melisandre casts a shadow when she births that shadow assassin. And Mama's like, when like you put your hand in front of a light source and you move your fingers around to be like a little quacking duck or a barking dog, like finger puppetry.
I do know
like
that. I do know that, it turns out.
You're familiar with that concept. that is what young Griff is. I think that Varys is contorting his perfumed fingers into like a dragon shape to project the image of a dragon, a black dragon, appropriately enough.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people think along these lines. But then the question is like, well, who is this canvas then? Is he actually just nobody?
Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be funny if he was a bright flame? Because... like, what if he really was just like this obscure sun? So, like, the Bright Flames, for those who don't know, it's Aerion Brightflame was this crazy Targaryen dickhead in the Hedge Knight.
It's one of
and
Daeron's
he just sort of,
sons,
yeah, and he goes east, and we never hear about him again. And some people speculate that the Bright Flames were originally meant to be like the villainous Targaryen bastards, but then George changed his mind and replaced them with the Blackfires.
Which was a very
Wouldn't
good
it be funny?
Because the Blackfires are way cooler.
They really are, yeah.
Yeah,
wouldn't it be cool if Griff really was just like a bright flame who we thought was irrelevant, but Varys just sort of constructed him into like something that matters.
And he's like, I don't know, off screen brandished all this propaganda to remind you about the Blackfires and not the Bright Flames.
Yeah, it's all like it's a mislead. It's all like a false flag to make you worry about Blackfires when Bright Flames are the problem.
This idea that Aegon will never be revealed, if true, I mean, it's basically the same as if he was, like, he might as well be a Bright Flame, right? Oh, sorry.
You might want to take the Discord off the screen.
Discord off the screen. I thought I had.
For some reason, it's got the heraldry of a completely different YouTuber on the screen.
That's so strange.
That's bizarre. That's probably some
We've
kind
been
of
we've been hijacked and bamboozled at every turn.
we truly have.
Remember when I told you that this was going to be scuffed and that's okay?
So is all good.
So yeah, I am, I hope at least, showing the Photoshop screen. Yeah, it seems that me no longer sharing my screen has done wonders for the stream. Aegon never being revealed. Yeah, I think it's quite likely. I don't think we're gonna get this like grand reveal where Aegon's like, yes, I actually am a Blackfire via Melisandre Monstrous's like fucking sister or whatever. And Sarah and Illyrio's like, yes, my wife was a Blackfire. I just don't see that happening.
I tend to think that it actually will be revealed because in the House of the Undying, Daenerys heard that line calling her Slayer of Lies. In the same scene where she heard the phrase Mama's Dragon, she had the vision of the Mama's Dragon.
Right.
She was then told, "You are the Slayer of Lies." And what lie will she slay? Probably the lie that young Griff is Aegon
I
Targaryen.
don't know, there's a lot of
And
lies
I
she
think
could
that
slay.
what other lies?
Lies that the basis of Westerosi society, like monarchy being good or righteous or like divinely fought. You know,
She could slay the lie that it matters whether he's Aegon.
yeah. Well, that's the other thing is like, she would then have to like, wouldn't the Slayer of Lies then require her to reveal somehow that it is a lie?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I'm sort of thinking that it will be revealed that Aegon isn't really a Targaryen.
Well, how's she going to do that?
Well, I think that Tyrion suspects that young Griff is
Yeah,
not
okay.
Aegon Targaryen because there's that line where he says, "Ooh, he might be a Targaryen after all." And then Tyrion could tell Daenerys that young Griff is not Aegon Targaryen. And Tyrion might not even know that for sure, but since he's such a vindictive little prick in A Dance with Dragons,
Yeah.
and he probably wants to set Daenerys and Aegon against each other, I reckon he could tell and convince Daenerys that he's fake, and then Daenerys will burn Illyrio in Pentos, and then she'll burn young Griff in King's Landing, and so she will be convinced that Aegon was fake. But maybe we, the audience, will never know for sure, and maybe Westeros at large will never know for sure whether he was a Targaryen.
Well, which is it then, mate? Because you just said that Daenerys will reveal that he's not a Targaryen, and then you said, yeah, but the audience won't know that.
All right, look, all right. Gun to my head, I will say that I put it towards the left. I'm saying that Aegon will be revealed, but I still kind of love the idea that he will never be revealed. So I'm putting it somewhere in that top left quadrant.
I'm basically in the same boat because I think that something as contentious in the story as Aegon's identity kind of requires an answer by the storyteller. I think that that's just implicit in having that exist, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I generally agree.
But as with many things that Gurm says, I think that most of the fan base will have reason to doubt what is presented to us in the Winds of Winter if that, if it happens then.
Yeah. Yeah, well, God knows if we'll get anything conclusive in the Winds of Winter.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people
problem,
assume that they're going to get so many answers in the Winds of Winter, and I just do not think that that's the case. I think we'll leave that book not unsatisfied at all, but like with more questions, right?
Because that has been the trend line for the past 5 books, is that every
Yeah.
book has introduced more mysteries than it has resolved. In fact, it's resolved barely any mysteries.
Yeah,
so.
it's just he's just piled on more, and that's just what he does. If you've read his other works, which I'm sure you have, so many of the ideas he brings up are completely inconclusive by the end of a work.
Yeah.
So I think most of the shit we talk about probably won't have a clear-cut answer, especially all the weird nitty-gritty stuff us fans fixate on for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, there are some plot mysteries that are just about, like, plot mechanics, like like where is Benjen, but there's also mysteries that relate to like deeper thematic questions about like does blood matter, and is it right to sacrifice an innocent person? Like those sorts of thematic questions aren't questions that have answers, and it would be sort of like
Mm,
disingenuous of George to sort of have a
yeah.
firm position on some of this stuff.
To answer, Gurm finally reveals whether monarchy is okay.
Yeah, exactly, right. Um, and and I feel that way about Tyrion Targaryen. Because I feel that giving us no answer, no firm answer on Tyrion Targaryen, allows for a lot of like, personal interpretation on the
Mm,
part of the reader about what
yeah.
matters, and like, does blood matter? Does fatherhood matter? Like, I think that that's a better story if we never know for sure about
I
Tyrion
do
Targaryen. 'Cause
agree with
Tywin
that,
and
and I
Tyrion,
will
they, you
continue
know.
to assert that I don't think he is. But I agree that many of the conversations we're having today, we would still be having even if Gurm publishes everything he wants to.
Yeah. So are you
He,
saying he doesn't need to publish the next two books? Is
that's
that what you're
right.
saying?
He's done this perfectly, actually, where leaving us hanging has perpetuated the series' popularity to a point where like he could never follow it up. So this is a really good idea. Congratulations, George.
Germ,
Yeah,
Germ, you're off the hook.
you've done
We
it again.
relieve you of the responsibility to do any more writing.
We'll take care of it from here. Shall we move on to the next theory you pointed out to me?
Absolutely. The three dragons won't make it,
Three
is the
dragons
theory.
won't make it. Now, there are a few ways of interpreting this sentence. Are you thinking, like, not all three of them will make it, or none of them will make it?
I like the idea that none of them will make it, but they could have like different fates. I mean, I think the person who submitted this theory was specifically saying that Daenerys's three dragons won't all make it to Westeros,
Yeah,
that like some of them will die or get captured along the way. But I also like the idea that all three dragons will die by the end of the series.
I concur. I think that at least one of them will make it to Westeros. But, yeah, I think it'd be neat if they all died before the end. Or at least, like, went away. I do kind of like the ending for Drogon in the show. Hate me if you want to, but him flying away with Daenerys' corpse. I mean, I hate that it's with Daenerys' corpse, but him just fucking off, like that's okay.
Yeah, and that sort of does have a precedent with like Sheep Stealer and
Yeah,
like Cannibal and some of those sort of like rogue dragons. And I suppose like even if they did kill Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaegar, there are still dragons in the Shadowlands of Ashai, right? Because there's like multiple lines in the books that just offhandedly mention, and by the way, like Bran saw dragons stirring beneath the sunrise in the Shadowlands, and there are dragons over there. So like I guess like the total extinction of dragons is not something that can happen anyway, because like it is so heavily hinted that there are wild
yeah.
dragons anyway. Um
Oh, I wasn't
I
coming at it
kind
from
of
the angle that this would be all the dragons in the world are now dead. It's like the three dragons that Daenerys was using as her instruments of
yeah,
conquest are now
yeah,
gone. That was my
yeah.
my angle on this.
Yeah. Yeah, well, sorry. I think what I was thinking was that like the reason why I think it makes a lot of sense for all the dragons to die is because it seems as though the dragons and the birth of the dragons is connected to like the rising tide of magic in the
It
world
does
with
seem that
like,
way, doesn't it?
Quaithe. Yeah, like Quaithe says that that firebender dude is like more powerful because of the dragons. And like George has said
Urathon,
that
Urathon, fucking, is it Nightwalker or some shit like that?
yeah, fucking Candlewalker Turtle Man. There's a whole list of like proper nouns in that sentence. It's the most like dense. It's like how much high fantasy gobbledygook can Gurm fit into one paragraph is like that line. Ruthon Nightwalker, yeah. But like the dragons are connected to the rising tide of magic, and to me that means that's connected to the seasons, because George Martin has said that like the irregular seasons in the world are connected to magic, and he also has said that they will be resolved by the end of the story.
Yeah.
So that says to me that like the seasons will be restored into regularity at the end of the series, and I figure that that means that magic and therefore the dragons have to die, or maybe they enter some sort of equilibrium where they just go off and are in balance with the White Walkers or some shit.
That's
But
interesting
I don't
that
know.
you say that the seasons would be restored to like a regular cycle by the story's end, because isn't the entire history of Westeros presented to us as having that quirk, like as far back as records go?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you go far back enough, you go to the Long Night,
Yeah, which
and
is
you
like
might
legendary
see.
bullshit.
Yeah, but like there's pretty good evidence that the Long Night happened. Like
Yeah.
that mythology didn't come out of nowhere. And there's a lot of like ruins and like shy and like I think there's like evidence that the Long Night happened. And my guess would be is that if the Long Night was the first Long Night, and I don't know if it was, but I would imagine that the first Long Night was the cause for the irregular seasons. Like something just threw the fucking magical wimwam out of whack, and it needs restoration and balance to be restored. Is what I imagine.
Yeah, okay. But instead of something like physical and astronomical, it's something magical and like spiritual.
Daenerys enters the meridian of the Virgo cluster, so
True.
summer
True.
ends. Yeah.
Jon Snow can't be
Um,
resurrected because he's a Scorpio. So yeah,
Melisandre would be so into astrology. Melis Melisandre is such a Pisces.
you reckon?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, we'd have
Maybe
to
she's in a
ask that
fire
old Shift
kist.
ZZZ guy.
Yeah, something like that.
So where do we want to put three dragons won't make it? Because it means a couple of different ideas. So we're gonna have to like group them together. And judge them based
I'm
on
putting
that.
it like I'm putting it on the hard right.
Yeah, I'm
I
thinking
think
that too. I really do like the idea that they're not all gonna make it, and it seems like a pretty Gurmy kind of thing to do, right?
Yeah, and I mean, this show is a pretty big hint. Like the death of Viserion, the death of Rhaegar, the disappearance of Drogon.
Yeah,
I think something along those lines, and like Dragonbinder in the hands of Victarion and Euron.
yeah, that can't be good
yeah,
for them. Yeah,
yeah. I can't be healthy for a lizard.
being in the clutches of a insane magical pirate,
Yeah,
it's,
yes.
it's great. I've
You
never
would not
felt
get a life
safer.
insurance plan under those conditions.
Shall we move on to another idea?
Let's do it.
All right, so this is a really, really interesting one. I actually hadn't heard this until I was taking submissions for this series. That Rowan, the Spearwife at Winterfell, well, she's not from Winterfell, is Mors Umber's daughter.
Or is she?
Well, yeah, that's what we're about to talk about. Well, do you want to
Yeah, I can have a stab.
Yeah, you field this one. I'm on break.
All right.
I'm just gonna go
right,
out
well,
back and take a slash. Well, I'll put audience. You're in the capable hands of Alt Schwift X.
While Glidus goes and has a massage and a yogurt, I'm gonna tend the live stream. Um, so Rowan is one of the 6 Spearwives who Mance Rayder takes to Winterfell, ostensibly on a mission to save Arya Stark for Melisandre for Jon Snow. Except there's like a lot of hints that like maybe there's a deeper reason why Mance and the Spearwives are there. Like Mance keeps asking about the Winterfell crypts. And I like the idea that he's searching for the Horn of Winter in the Winterfell crypts. But the Spearwives get caught, at least according to the Pink Letter, and some of them get killed when Theon escapes. But like Rowan is a particularly interesting one because there's this line that she says to Theon in Book 5 when she says, "You have no right to mouth Lord Eddard's words. Not you, not ever, after what you did."
Right.
So Rowan is like weirdly,
Oh, I'm back,
weirdly
by the way.
respectful of Eddard Stark. Oh, he's back. How was the yogurt?
Oh, it's disgusting. I hate you.
We'll never have the strawberry flavor. That's a classic blunder. Um,
Where were you when I was selecting my yogurt? Anyway, yeah, that's an idea that she's like weirdly into Eddard Stark's memory, right?
yeah, and she's a wildling. They've been like oppressed and fighting against the Starks for
Ever?
centuries or millennia.
Yeah.
So like, why does she like him? Um, and also, it seems as though the six wildling spearwives are working with Mors Umber. That's Crowfoot, isn't it? Mors Crowfoot Umber. Because like the spearwives help Theon like escape, like jump off the walls of Winterfell, and right at that time,
Yeah,
conveniently enough, Mors Crowfoot Umber just happens to be outside the walls. And so it seems as though Mance and the spearwives and Crowfoot are working together.
There's some
And the other like
coordination there,
yeah, and the other critical thing is that Mors Umber, according to Book 5, once had a daughter, but that daughter was carried off by wildlings 30 years ago. So the idea is that that daughter was Rowan, and she has like become a wildling, but she still has like cultural connections to the north. She still has connection to her father Crowfoot, and that's why she coordinates with him, and that's why she likes Ned Stark.
That's all pretty compelling, but have you considered that that's kind of dumb?
You've got me there.
No, I quite like this. It is like a really subtle, nice little, lemony twist on these ladies that Mance has brought into Winterfell. And it's such a cute little indication that Rowan has something more going on to her, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Spearwives are all quite mysterious, like what they're up to, and there's the whole question of whether they are murdering those people in Winterfell, like the Bolton soldiers who keep dying. Like they're so intriguing, and yeah, that's just like another example of like how goddamn cool it is in A Song of Ice and Fire that every like tiny minor character has their own backstory.
Yeah, hasn't George said that every time he creates any character, he gives them a secret?
Really?
I think
That's
I
cool.
heard that once in an interview.
Uh,
And that it
well,
seems to hold true, doesn't it?
Sure. Where do you want to put that on the graph?
I quite like it. Now, again, this is playing into the whole I think by the end of the story, there's not gonna be a yes. It turns out she was my daughter all along, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, you know what I would love to see is if, like, in like the middle of the long night, like in the depths of the winds of winter, like, what if the White Walkers? Because like the first place that's going to get overrun by the White Walkers is like
Last
the
half.
far northern houses, like the Umbers at Last Half. That's what they did in season 8. Like the Umbers got wiped out. What if we saw like Mors and Rowan fighting side by side, father and daughter, tragically dying together,
that would be super
and
cute.
that just like is a nod to their connection? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you've really sold me on this one, and I have a pretty low price, so yeah, that's basically how flimsy my beliefs are. If you can put a strong case forward for anything, I'm like, oh yeah, it sounds good, man.
Hey, look, if you come up with compelling enough fanfic, I'll believe it too.
So yeah, I really like that, and I think it'll stay in the realm of interpretation for a while. That idea about the long night, them going down together, that's fucking sick. You should send George a letter, write it in child's handwriting, like do your impression of a kid, just so he's like, that's a really good idea. So yeah, if you want to bother an author, pretend to be a sickly child.
Look, I have
moral.
sent George Martin 1,000-word letters in crayon every Thursday for the last 10 years, and he still hasn't replied. So I don't know if that's going to work.
You're getting him on his off day. He's busy on
Gotta
Thursdays.
try Wednesday.
Isn't he watching the
It's
football?
his wild cards day.
All right, so there's that one. That's definitely right quadrant. I'm not sure exactly where. I mean, this whole thing, it's all made up, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter where I put it.
Glidus, don't say that. Don't tell them that it's made up. It's all real. You've got to listen. This is critically
sorry,
important
we took a break from
information.
reality here. Everything matters. Please keep watching. The next idea that
you
you've
like and
written on
subscribe, or you won't live through the long night.
is subscribe to Schwift X. He's recently embarked on a daring rap career based around hardcore analysis of gritty fantasy characters.
Yeah, that's what the world needs, right? Do we want to move on to the next theory?
Better watch out, Lil Nas X. Yeah, the next one you've put on here is the Horn of Winter, which you talked about a little bit earlier. It's kind of like we planned this, but we totally didn't.
Don't give it away. We planned everything.
Awakens.
Glidus, you keep giving away the secret.
So there's statues in the crypts of Winterfell, right? And this idea
yes.
is that the Horn of Winter, it's like an alarm bell. It's like Mum walking in at 10:30 in the morning, being like, "You haven't done anything today," and then the statues roll out of bed and decide to fight the others.
A perfectly apt metaphor.
Thanks.
Yeah. So what does that Horn of Winter do, Glidus, when you give it a toot?
The Horn of Winter, I'm pretty sure it's tuned in B flat, so you'd have to be a pretty adept musician to do too much with it. I don't fucking know what the Horn of Winter does. I haven't read the Winds of Winter yet, but hang on. Do you think what do you think the Horn of Winter is? Do you think it's the winter that that they broke? The horn that they broke.
The one that Melisandre burned.
Yeah.
Because there are several horns floating around.
There's
and like Mance plays this silly game where he's like, "I've got the Horn of Winter," and then then it burns. He's like, "I never had the Horn of Winter." Or Ygritte said that.
I was joking. You got trolled. We do a little trolling.
Yeah. It's like the narrative equivalent of like a Borat not joke. Like that's not funny, man. It's like he's probably been doing that the whole journey south. Like every 5 minutes, "Hey guys, I found the Horn of Winter." That wasn't funny the first time, man.
Oh my God.
Quit it. But then Samuel Tarly finds the horn amongst a bunch of dragon glass at the Fist of the First Man.
Yeah. This tiny little innocuous piece, right?
Yeah. Which could not possibly have any narrative significance, right?
Nah.
So a lot of fans think that the horn that Sam found is the Horn of Winter, and like to sort of go on a tangent, if that's permitted.
We don't do that here.
I find it very interesting that the Horn of Winter is banded in bronze. Which implies that it was made by the First Man, because the First Man used bronze. But also, the whole notion that the Horn of Winter wakes the sleepers and will destroy the wall, it sounds like an earthquake or something, but that sounds like the magic of the Children of the Forest, because the Children of the Forest broke the arm of Dawn, and the Children of the Forest flooded the neck from Moat Cailin. And so, like, the Children of the Forest have this sort of, like, earthquakey natural disaster magic, which sounds like what the Horn of Winter does. And so in my head, the Horn of Winter seems like it was a construction combining the First Men with their bronze and the Children of the Forest with their magic. So maybe it was created at the Pact when the Children of the Forest and the First Men made peace. Like, that makes perfect sense to me. That was when the Horn of Winter was made. But why would the Children of the Forest and the First Men create a weapon that can destroy the wall, which helps the White Walkers, who are both of their enemies?
Well, why would the engineers who designed the Death Star have a single vent that if a shot gets through, it fucking explodes?
So, like, the White Walker equivalent of Luke Skywalker is gonna, like, ride on in an ice spider and do the trench run,
and then just like
the fucking
lightly purse his lips against the horn and go, and then the whole fucking world is torn asunder.
I reckon if you fired the Horn of Winter through the Black Gate, like, that is like the critical hit location of the wall, I would think. Like, that is the vulnerable orifice on the backside of the wall is the Black Gate. And I reckon if you tooted the Horn of Winter, that would blow it up like the Death Star for sure.
Right, that's super interesting that you bring up that it seems to combine First Men and Children magic-y traits, and then is also a way to destroy the wall. So that says to me that I mean, there's already this like huge underlying, widely believed idea that the Children of the Forest are not cool dudes, that they are not to be trusted. So maybe it's like a failsafe of theirs to no, but that's dumb because they live beyond the wall as well. Like they don't want the others coming through the wall, do they?
Except the Children of the Forest, at least in the TV show, created the White Walkers.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that the Children of the Forest would want to, keep the ability to use their White Walker weapon.
That's what it says
if
to
they
me.
needed to. And
It's
also,
like
like you say that the Children of the Forest are like maybe not to be trusted, but also like the First Men are not to be trusted because like the Night's King was a First Man.
Totally.
And whoever built the Black Gate and all that like spooky Night Fort shit, they were First Men. And like Azor Ahai, who like killed his wife to make a sword, he was presumably a First Man. I don't know if we can trust any of those ancient fucks, you know?
Well, hold on. I'm going to pull you up on the terminology there because Azor Ahai, isn't that like a Far Eastern legend, Alt Schwift X? And perhaps you're thinking of the last hero?
Well, Azor
I mean, they
Ahai
are
is an
fucking
Eastern
identical.
name.
They're the same thing. Yeah. Well,
That
you
is a
pulled me up on the
discussion we
Shy
can
Maid earlier. I just wanted to have another gotcha moment. Thank you, Blue Milk 92 for the super chat. Yeah, this was inevitable. You're right.
corrected.
I have had Alt Shift X tied up in the basement. I transferred him from Alt Shift X's basement to my basement a few months ago.
Oh, look, as long as I keep getting fed yogurt, it's fine with me.
I'll give you all the strawberry ones. Anyway, so we haven't talked about the crypt yet.
Yeah, all right. Well, yeah. So there is the question of what does the Horn of Winter do? And like for a long time there has been the theory of like, ooh, what if like the spirits of the Kings of Winter who are embodied by those statues in the crypts, what if they're awoken? What if the wights, the corpses from within, rise up? And then for like years, like that theory was poo-pooed by people who said that's too silly, that's too fantasy, that's too dumb. But then in season 8, episode 3 of the TV show, the corpses of the Kings of Winter emerged from the statues in the crypts.
They do that, and it's really silly because Boots the White in season 7 couldn't break out of a wooden crate.
Is his name Boots?
Yeah, haven't you seen? Oh, I'm shocked and appalled. You're not familiar with the greater Glidus influenced Game of Thrones lore.
I need to catch up.
That white's really cute, so I called him Boots. So you're right that those dead fellas did come back, but that was the Night King bringing them up, waking them up, coming in with the alarm. Get up, breakfast is ready. The super chats are just rolling in. Thank you all so much. We can tackle that one in just a moment. Sorry. What was I saying? Yes. So
the Night King raised the Kings of Winter in the crypts in the show.
Indeed, Rooney.
And when they were raised in the show, they were evil whites like the other ones. But I think like the theory is that if the corpses are raised by the Horn of Winter, maybe they'll fight on the side of the Starks.
Yeah.
Because like there is all this idea that like Winterfell is like, magically warded and there must always be a Stark in Winterfell and there's like a sort of a magical connection and maybe it's the duty of the Starks and Winterfell to protect the North from the White Walkers. So like maybe those kings who are, honor bound to fight for the living will do so, like the zombies in like the ghosts and the army of the dead in the Lord of the Rings.
Right. The only reservation I have against that is aren't the spirits of the Kings of Winter like being observers of the old gods? Isn't the idea that they are part of this wishy-washy weirwood network?
Yeah, but there's also the theory that like there's no weirwood in the Winterfell crypts.
True. It's
not like
a tree
Bloodraven's
underground. That doesn't really work.
Usually, well, it does in Bloodraven's cave. In Bloodraven's cave, it's full of the roots.
Is
of
that
the
underground
weirwoods.
though? It's kind of like semi above. It's like a swimming pool that has like a covering over it, but it's not necessarily indoors, right?
Are you saying it's an outside cave? It's
Welcome
an above
to the
ground
Three-Eyed
cave. Is that what you're
Bros,
telling me?
Holiday
It's more of a
resort.
loft. It's
Yeah,
a loft
that's
or a
right.
balcony. It's a penthouse cave. It's
Hey
got a lot of
man,
skylights.
when there's slim pickings for places to go north of the Ball, I bet you would shack up at Bloodraven's spooky frozen over resort.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of good Airbnbs up there. Like you're sort of strapped for
Yeah, it's
options. So I
basically
can.
crashes or you get killed by by some random wildling.
Yeah, and Crassus is more spacious, but the host is terrible.
There's no pets allowed.
Nightmare. Um, but I like the idea, and I don't know whose idea this is, but I like the idea that the dead Starks are in the crypt specifically to prevent them from joining the weirwood network of the old gods.
Okay,
It's like if you wanted them to join the old gods, like they could be out in, the
yeah,
godswood
put them
or
in a barrow
sacrifice
or
to the heart
something,
tree.
right?
Yeah. Like going to all the effort of burying them in this ancient, like very large, like multi-story ancient like basement of stone. Like that seems like to me what you would do if you wanted to prevent the old gods
Mm.
getting your soul, you know?
Yep, that
Um,
so this does seem to bring together quite a few different ideas in a nice neat way.
yeah. And I mean if the old gods, the old gods are connected to the children of the forest created the White Walkers. So maybe by separating the dead Kings of Winter from the old gods, that allows the dead Kings of Winter to fight against the White Walkers instead of for the White Walkers,
Okay.
if that makes
Yeah, 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 no, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm sniffing what you're shitting. So
sense.
yeah, thanks. That was on the fly, that one. Where would you
So,
put
so,
Horn of Winter Awakens crypt statues?
well, d despite having aggressively monologued about how good that theory is for the last 10 minutes, I don't actually think it's that crash hot, if I'm being honest.
There's a lot of things the Horn of Winter could do. I think that's
Yeah,
the biggest point against this. Is like there's so
yeah,
many
yeah.
things. It's just so tough to say yes, it will definitely do this.
Yeah, and I think that the most likely thing that the horn does is bring down the wall.
Yeah,
Because, like, why the fuck else have we been told that it brings down the wall? Or like something similar to bring down the wall. Like maybe it just makes an earthquake. Maybe it wakes the giants who are frozen inside the wall to break the wall. Like, whatever it does, I think it'll break the wall. And it can't very well break the wall and raise the dead from the crypts to fight for the Starks, right? Like, that
yeah.
would be a bit silly.
That's giving your magical item just like two completely unrelated, very specific traits, and it's like, well, just make them separate items, man.
Yeah, what is this? The Binding of
And
Isaac?
also, like, so we see most people see fucking Binding of Isaac. We should run some Isaac soon. Hey,
Absolutely.
so most people think the Horn of Winter will bring down the wall, which is gonna happen, and then the others will descend upon the north. So it sounds like the crypt statues being awoken would have to necessarily be after that happens. It sounds like a separate event to me.
Yeah, true.
So
You can't
yeah,
very well have one POV see both events happen
it's
across all that
it's a
space.
cool idea, but it's difficult to rate on the. There's just too many fucking things it could do.
Just to add to the complexity, real quickly, like one other idea about the crypts that I love is the idea that, like the White Walkers, sorry, the statues of the Kings of Winter hold these iron swords, and Old Nan tells us that the others, the White Walkers, hate iron. And there's all this mythology about how, like fairies and like magical creatures hate iron. And so the swords held by the statues of the Kings of Winter might be wards intended to
Yeah.
like ward off the White Walkers. But like something that I really like is the idea that, well, maybe they're not just warding off the White Walkers, they're actually holding in like the spirits of the Stark dead.
Right.
There's like this Lovecraftian idea of like the horror of like what lies in your own ancestry. And George Martin loves Lovecraft all throughout A Song of Ice and Fire. And
I
so
can
like
tell.
I like the idea I know the squishes. What?
What is
But I love the
yin?
idea that Carcosa. And I love the idea that like the Starks interbred with the White Walkers, like probably via the Night's King and the Nightfort and all that. And therefore, like the reason why the Starks like bury their dead in this fucking like subterranean prison lockaway secret place is because they have the spirits of White Walkers, because they are part White Walkers, and those iron swords are holding them in. So if the Kings of Winter wake from the crypts via the Horn or otherwise, that might be a very bad thing
Okay.
to have a bunch of like.
What do you make of then the three? Is it three swords that Bran, Rickon, and Osha take from the crypts?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know.
That'd be an interesting conflagration of many different, complicated, long-awaited ideas. Hey.
Yeah, because like if those swords are there to like ward or like to lock in or to like do something important, then Osha, Rickon, and Bran have kind of fucked it, eh?
Yeah. Well, at least for those three statues.
Yeah, there's now a troll in the dungeon. Like there are now 3 ghosts unbound in the
Oh
crypts.
shit! What
I
if
mean,
they successfully ward off the attacking other army from conquering Winterfell, but then the troll in the dungeon erupts from the crypts and just fucking murders everyone?
yeah. Like, what if they win the long night, but then just because like Brano did a oopsie by taking the swords, there's just like 3 like White Walkers in Winterfell who just murder everybody.
I do not hate that, honestly. That's kind of groovy. Classic Bran
cool.
move.
Look, I'm just saying, if he didn't climb up that
If he
tower,
listened to his fucking mother
none
for
of
once,
this would have happened.
yeah.
Look, if he just listened to Cat, who was never wrong about anything, and this whole thing would never have happened.
A lot of people think that Bloodraven influenced Bran to do that, and I don't know about that. I think he's just a kid who likes climbing.
No, Glidus. No characters have personalities or desires of their own. They are all puppets of higher forces.
Oh, that's so
That's
fun.
so much more interesting, right?
Oh, I
No
love
human
that.
characters, all predetermined
What
machinations.
George meant when he said that the only thing worth writing about was the human heart in conflict of itself was he meant that it's only worth writing about if there's 2 magical tree wizards battling it out. That's just a super chat to remind us to hydrate. So hydrate up, boy.
No, that's a good idea.
I should go through some of these. We've got I'm not going to.
All right, you do a super chat round, and I'm gonna go on a hydration round. I love being able to take a break during a live
it's
stream.
great, isn't it? Oh man, these last few streams I've been doing, I've just been rambling on and on for like 3 hours. It's fucking torture, man.
Oh yeah, no, tag team's good.
This is so much better.
Back in a sec.
Yeah. Okay, he's gone. Finally, I can. I have some room to talk. That guy's so in my face about everything. No, I'm loving this. How much vodka was in the yogurt? It's in a 3-to-1 ratio where the 1 is yogurt. What else did we have? We have Ty Farnsworth saying that Jon Snow is actually Robert's son with Lyanna. That was actually the first Jon Snow parentage theory that was presented to me when I was first watching the show in season 5. I think it was my brother. He was like, "Yeah, man, R plus L equals J. It's Robert and Lyanna." Like, and I was like, "Hang on the fucking moment. Wouldn't Robert have done something about that?" And then you know what was my first exposure to R plus L equals J? This is gonna out me as a cringe YouTube enjoyer. I believe it was the film theorist video in like 2015 about R plus L equals J, and oh man, he made another really just bad video about Game of Thrones. What a great YouTuber! Don't we all love Matt Pat? What else do we have? What's my prediction on the release of Winds of Winter? I'll ask Schwifty that when he gets back. But it's been fun. There've been some bets going on in the Discord server that I really should have taken the action on, because I was convinced that there's no fucking way we'll be seeing it this year. Someone submitted an idea. You know what? I'm going to write this on right this moment. That will have wins in 2022 because the notion there is that between A Storm of Swords and its sequel coming out, that sequel being both A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, because, right, they together comprise the sequel to A Storm of Swords, that took 11 years. And this person's like, well, then it's going to take 11 years for the sequel to that one to come out. And it's like, well, that's not really how writing works. But Winds comes out tomorrow, does it? I'll not just eat my hat. I'll eat whatever clothes I'm wearing. All of them. If Winds comes out tomorrow. And I will be wearing a lot of clothes tomorrow. Thanks for popping in, Haydox. What else do we have? I think that's all of the old super chats. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay. Safe says, thanks for your hard work. Thank you, Safe. I've been massaged on Discord. Glidus and ASX keeping my Awai addiction afloat. I don't know who this ASX fellow is, but he might take some umbrage to being referred to as in the same company as Schwifty.
The S stands for Schwift, right?
I hope so.
All right, we got some more super chats to respond to, or do you want to jump back into theories?
That was all of them. Let's go. Oh wait, hang on. I should probably put that one. I mean, I'd love it if Winds came out in 2022, but it's perfectly possible that it will come out later, like towards the end of 2022 or something like that. Maybe even earlier on, but books take a while to come out after they are done, and George hasn't said anything about being done.
I tend to think that, like, when George finishes writing the book, he will say that he finished writing the book, because I think he would just be so fucking overjoyed. Like, he wouldn't be able to contain it if he tried.
Okay, we've just received an incredible super chat that I'd be remiss to not explore right at this moment. So, I got into a very heated debate last night in my Discord server about whether the shortened version of the popular pub food item, the chicken parmigiana, is a parma or a palmy.
I say it parmu with the umlauts. Are you not familiar with that one?
I actually haven't, having grown up outside of Bavaria. But, yeah, no, I totally get it. I would so you don't put umlauts over the initial A, not perma?
Oh, just a normal accent over the A and then
okay.
umlauts over the O.
Right.
That's how I've always spelled it. It's weird. I didn't know there were other ways to say it. It's like Palmer. I never heard that one.
You and your silly ideas. Oh right, yes. That's what we wanted to talk about next, isn't it? Shall we dive into Shireen? Shireen Baratheon is a stone dragon. That's the stone dragon that that Melisandre is referring to.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Melisandre keeps talking about stone dragons. What's she talking about, Glidus?
Well, she's talking about how, the Baratheons have Targaryen blood in them, so they're dragons by that metric. Even though, I guess, but that again ties into this idea of, is blood like a thing? Does it actually matter? Because, sure, it's likely that House Baratheon descends from a Targaryen bastard, and then Stannis' grandmother was a Targaryen. But, is that really important, Melisandre? Or is it just important that you think that she's a stone dragon? And then, of course, the stone part of this being that Shireen has bricks on her face.
It does seem like a overly literal interpretation of the phrase stone dragon to mean a person with a stony texture on her face who descends indirectly from a Targaryen, yeah. And I mean, you raise an interesting question about, whether or not blood matters. It seems as though sometimes blood does matter. Like we have never had a confirmed case of of someone without Targaryen blood or without Valyrian blood riding a dragon. Like
Yeah,
there is no
because
confirmed case of that happening.
wasn't Nettles like that, and then the next thing that came out was like, no, she was Dragon Seed.
Yeah, the World of Ice and Fire does say that Nettles was a dragon seed. And also, like, there's a forum post by Elio Garcia, who co-wrote the World of Ice and
Yeah,
Fire, saying that, nah, like, Nettles was a dragon seed because so many people on Dragonstone did have some Valyrian or Targaryen blood from just interbreeding with the Targaryens
makes
and
sense.
stuff over centuries. So I tend to think that blood sort of does matter, but also I want to believe that blood doesn't matter because, like, the whole theme of, like, power is a shadow on the wall, like, should royal blood matter? Like, why should a particular bloodline be inherently more powerful than others? Like, surely that's one of the fantasy tropes that George Martin wants to subvert, you know? Um, but what else does Stone Dragon mean? Because, like, in book 3, like,
Yeah,
Melisandre wants to burn Edric's Storm, and she seems to think that this will wake a stone dragon, which she seems to think means she will transform the stone dragon statues on Dragonstone into living, breathing dragons.
right.
Which seems like a very odd thing to believe, doesn't it?
Again, it's another really literal interpretation.
Yeah, and I think that the correct interpretation of waking a stone dragon is hatching a
The
dragon egg,
petrified
because
egg.
Daenerys's
Yeah.
dragon eggs are referred to as stone, like because they're like petrified by the ages. So I think Daenerys hatching her dragon eggs is the correct interpretation of waking dragons from stone. Um,
I
I've
think.
also heard the idea. Go on.
Well, I think that many things probably by the end, you could bend most plot. Well, not most. A lot of plot points to probably fit something like this because it seems likely that Melisandre will sacrifice Shireen, and that will do something. So I think that it will
Yeah,
be like a worthwhile interpretation once that happens. But I think, yeah, it's one of those things where many things are true because prophecy is
yeah,
like that.
yeah. I mean, that's true of many of the prophecies in the story is that they have like multiple interpretations, and like sometimes like multiple outcomes could have happened, but like because of the character's belief in the prophecy, that changed the outcome. Like Cersei,
Yeah.
thinks that she'll be killed by a Valancourt. And like Cersei thinks that like Cersei thinks she'll be killed by a Valancourt, and she convinces herself that it's Tyrion, but it might turn out to be Jaime. But it might be her actions that cause Jaime to kill her, you
Yeah.
know? So like I think it's sort of mutable and flexible.
She also was
Maybe
told
that's
that she would have 3 children, and then she had 3 children. It's like, dude, you could have just, had another one, right?
but Glidus, what about that black-haired babe in Game of Thrones season
Yeah, they really fucked
1?
that up, didn't they?
Such your fucking own goal.
It was set up so well. It was like, okay, man, you invented this thing to have this scene with Catelyn and this really cool, this great scene with Robert, right? In The Wolf and the
Yeah.
Lion. And then it's
Yeah.
like they completely forgot about it by the time they got to Maggie.
D&D just didn't care about prophecies. Like that is
What?
just
What? You mean that
I know,
Arya
it's a
Stark
wild
wasn't
accusation.
foreshadowed to be Azor Ahai the whole time?
Yeah. And they just didn't mention the Valancourt the whole story.
Well, they can. Yeah, you're right. They had this whole record of completely leaving out all these things that really do plague the characters' minds throughout the novels. Where do we want to put
Yeah.
Shireen being a stone dragon? Because, like, yeah, my take on it is, yeah, sure, but I'm not too invested in it. It seems like something that will be pretty easy to bend to being true if you really wanted to.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the question is like, what will it cause if Shireen gets burned? And like, one interpretation or one idea is that when Shireen is burned, that will somehow unlock the grayscale inside her, and it'll spread into a grayscale plague.
Yep.
Because Val the Wildling says that Shireen is unclean and that the grayscale on her is still dangerous. And I think it's Daenerys in the House of the Undying. She has that vision of like a stone dragon spreading its wings and breathing shadow flame. So maybe that's a metaphor for
This plague
a
starting,
grayscale
yeah.
plague.
Yep.
So I don't
you
know.
think that
I would.
maybe like the fumes from Shireen's burning flesh will infect all those present and anyone unfortunate enough to be downwind with grayscale. Or something more magical, I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, and there's also some cool ideas about like Patchface being involved. Like if Patchface freaks out when Shireen gets burned, and then Patchface might start biting people, and that's why Melisandre has visions of him being dangerous. He's extreme spook.
He's the
major
spookiest.
spook.
I think that he is the spookiest fella around.
S tier spook, absolutely.
Oh, that'd be a great video.
Just like ranking every character on spookiness.
All right.
It's what? It's Bloodraven, Patchface, Roose Bolton, Euron for sure. I mean, Pietpri's like a B tier spook.
Yeah,
it would be here all night.
He's not too spooky.
He's like Halloween style spooky.
Yeah, exactly. He's like Stephen King would have written that.
The problem is that Pietpri's, you can sort of tell he's putting it on, like he's trying to be spooky, whereas Euron is like, if anything, trying to be less spooky than he really is, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's hiding his power levels.
And I think Bloodraven isn't really trying to affect his spookiness rating at all.
He's beyond caring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I care not for the spook. About him. This mortal concept of spook is beyond me. So there's that. Shireen being a stone dragon. I've put it like softly in the right quadrant because it's like, yeah, kinda, and it could mean a lot of things. See, that's the thing with all these theories is they all mean a bunch of different things. So like I'm carrying around a basket full of different theories, and I have to put it in one specific spot. So
yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's like weakly true, but like not to the exclusion of other Stone Dragon symbolism. Because the Stone Dragon that I really like is Jon Snow finding out that he is a Targaryen in the stone crypts of Winterfell, and so he becomes a Targaryen dragon from the stone crypts. Like that is my favorite interpretation of waking a stone dragon. But like that could happen alongside Shireen being a stone dragon and Jon Con being a stone dragon, bringing grayscale to Westeros, and all the other shit it could be, and Daenerys hatching a dragon. So it could be all that stuff.
Yeah. What's your idea about how would Jon find out that he's a Targaryen in the crypts? Like in the show where Sam tells him, is it going to be that boring? Is someone just going to walk up to him and say, "Hey Jon, I know this thing about your parents.
I've got some exposition for you." Your favorite, and Jon says, "I don't want it." I mean, there is that idea that Rhaegar's harp is inside Lyanna's crypt in the crypts, which I always thought was kind of stupid. But then in the show, Jon did find out in the crypts, which was like, oh, okay. But also, like, Jon Snow does have those recurring dreams where he keeps dreaming of the Winterfell crypts, and he like talks to Sam about it, and he's like, "Sam, I'm having these like wacky nightmares." Super cute bros telling each other about their dreams. But Jon's saying that like he keeps dreaming of the crypts, and like that tells us that there's something like significant in the crypts for him. So I think that it makes a lot of sense for Jon to learn that he's a Targaryen in the crypts, which is so important because like the crypts are a place of stark identity. It's like Bran says, this is our place. So it's such a perfect like juxtaposition for Jon to learn of his Targaryen identity in the place of stark identity, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
8 out of 8.
Yep. Are you good to keep going?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Shall we move on?
I haven't run out of yogurt yet, so let's keep going.
Good. I really like this next one. I think this is going to be fun to talk about. It's all been fun to talk about, but this one in particular, I like your note that it's like quite anime. But a lot of A Song of Ice and Fire is pretty anime, you have to admit.
Oh, for sure. Like we forget because of the show, like the aesthetic of the show is so muted.
Yeah.
Like everyone's just wearing like these grey brown clothes, and everyone looks pretty normal, and the sets are pretty low key, and the throne is small, and like everything's smaller and drabber. Whereas the books are super colorful, and everyone's huge and got this flamboyant armor. Flemont Brax has a unicorn horn, and Renly has his bright green enameled armor, and Dario looks like he's like
a fucking circus clown, man.
Yeah. We should say what this theory is. The theory that we're discussing is that when Jon gets resurrected, he will have white hair.
Yeah. And there's quite a lot to support this, I think. in that when Catelyn comes back to life, she's got white hair, doesn't she? And when Theon is like, he basically dies, doesn't he? In a thematic sense, he kind of dies in Winterfell, right? Am I wrong for saying that?
They call him the Ghost in Winterfell
They sure
because
do.
he symbolically died. They sure do.
That's his rap name.
Oh, MC
Yeah.
Ghost.
So this idea is that Jon's gonna wake up with white
Ghostface
hair,
Killer.
and and he's gonna that's gonna be like, oh, I'm a Targaryen because I've got white hair. But Targaryens don't have white hair, do they?
They have silver blonde hair that looks whitish.
Yeah.
I think silver's kind of like white.
The thing
Pale
is,
silver.
there's a lot of ways that the white hair can be explained for Stoneheart and Beric, in that they were corpses for a little bit and the life is being drained out of them, and like maybe that's like some association between Targaryens and humanity being sapped from them through generations of incest.
Yeah.
Will do that to you, won't it?
Oh yeah, I mean just look at those fucking Habsburg chins, man. But yeah, and like, ooh, what if all Targaryens are fire whites? What if Daenerys died on that pyre and she's a fire white now? She's a zombie. But like, yeah, like I agree that the other thing that's interesting about Jon's hair turning white is that would match Ghost. And like Jon, when he dies, presumably he walks into Ghost, and then his spirit will go back from Ghost into his body. And having his hair matching his direwolf's hair would A, be super kawaii, and B, it would like represent that enhanced connection between Ghost and Jon, which might be really relevant because like I like the idea that Jon might come back more animalistic, more wolfish.
Yeah.
Like Ned talks about the wolf blood was in Lyanna and the wolf blood was in Brandon. Maybe when Jon spends time in his wolf and then comes back, the wolf blood will be in him and he will be a more ferocious, savage Jon.
Plenty of times throughout the story when we're told that being inside an animal's mind affects your mind. So Jon dying and being one with Ghost for a bit there, definitely, like, it'd be so silly if that didn't change him, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the criticism of the show, that like Jon fucking died and came back again.
I'm well aware of that.
I don't need to tell you.
I've just finished my script for season 6, episode 3.
Oh god,
oh man,
can't wait to watch that one.
Well, you might have to wait. I think it's a lot better than him waking up with purple eyes, which like could also happen.
I think that would be cringe. I think that crosses the anime barrier into cringe territory.
All right, yeah, we're like beyond Darkstar at this point.
That's right. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know. Your eyes can't just turn purple, can they? But hair turning white, like that can happen in the real world from stress and stuff. Like what happens with Reek. So, yeah, I can totally see that. And like the other thing to take into account is that like Jon's like mental and emotional state just before he dies is that he's angry. Like he's just got this letter from Ramsay, and he's ready to break his oath to the Night's Watch.
I couldn't hear the air quotes when you said it's from Ramsay.
Sorry, from Barbary Dustin working with Wyman and Rhaegar in order to manipulate Jon. Yeah, that's who wrote the pink letter.
Thank you.
So I think we're just gonna get like an angry, wolfish anime Jon who's like ready to like drink milk and kill White Walkers, and he's all out of milk.
Totally, I'm completely down for that, and I think that a change in his appearance reflecting that change in demeanor is probably in store for Jon.
Yeah, so, and that's like another thing that like the show avoided doing, because like the show didn't want to cut off Tyrion's nose because Dinklage is hot and you don't want to like green screen his nose off. But like in the books, George Martin changes characters' appearance all the time. Like Theon is the same, so like maybe he'll do the same with Jon. Why not? He can.
Just putting that, it's not all the way to the far right corner, but it's up there.
Do you hate it? I actually kind of like it. I would put this one.
The top right. The top right is I like it. Imagine having the conversation we just had and thinking that I didn't like it. Like, yeah, man, this idea is quite cool. I fucking hate it.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I'm just on a delay as well.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Next theory.
This one threw me for a curveball, man. So we've got that Howland Reed. Hang on, let me figure out where my keyboard is. Howland Reed, skin changed Arthur Dane. Do you want to field this one?
This is one of the ones that I'm less confident on, honestly. Like we don't know much about the Tower of Joy. We know that Ned Stark and a bunch of his buddies came to get his sister, and they found Arthur Dane and Gerald Hightower and fucking the Bat guy Oswald Went. What's his name? Oswald Went.
Oswald. You have to swallow
he's
the.
He's probably a fucking kettle black. And for some inexplicable reason they fought, which is like in itself a mystery because like, you know, the Kingsguard wanted to protect baby Jon, I suppose, but like Ned Stark and his buddies also wanted to protect baby Jon, so like why do they need to fight? But Ned Stark said that he fought Arthur Dane and Dane would have killed Ned but for Howland Reed. And in the TV show, like, Howland Reed stabs Arthur Dane in the back. So do we think that something similar has happened in the books, or something different?
So I think that this theory is kind of predicated on the notion that Howland can skin change humans, right? Which, on the face of it, I think requires quite a lot of backing, because we're told numerous times that to do that is extremely difficult and like a once in a billion green seer kind of thing, and also two, extremely immoral. And I just don't see. I don't get it. I don't see that happening with Howland. I think Howland's a nice boy. I mean, we don't know shit about him. Let's be real. We know like those two scenes about the Night of the Laughing Tree and the Tower of Joy, and we like barely know anything about Howland. The theory is, I guess it's trying to add some complexity and answer some questions about how this all went down, but no, man.
I think it is notable that like the way that the TV show in season 6 played it is that it was like dishonorable and like shameful that Howland stabbed Arthur in the back, and that was meant to be like and you know Bran was like all sad when he saw it because he thought that his dad and his friend would fight honorably.
Yeah, why didn't he just let him kill my father?
Oh no, right. But also I'd push back against like the skin changer thing because like, you know, Jojen has the green sight, and like presumably green sight is to some extent like hereditary, right? Because you got to have like the blood of the first men, just like, you know, Targaryen blood is a thing and whatever. So like,
but is it?
I mean, the fact that Jojen, well, yeah, look, I'm no geneticist. I'm not Preston Jacobs, but like I would think the fact that Jojen has the green sight at least makes it more plausible that Howland has green sight.
It's better than hang on, let me go through my document and find the stupid. Well, it'll be really easy. I'll just search the word skin change, and I'll find something really stupid super quickly. Oh no, that one's actually pretty good. Hang on. Yeah, Willis Tyrell is a skin changer. How about that one? I think that this is way better than
is that a theory? I thought it was just confirmed.
Yeah, that's canon, man.
Because since the use of his legs was diminished, his psychic abilities were heightened, as in so many other fantasy stories. And so Willis
well, isn't that exactly what happened to Bran?
It's exactly what happened to Bran. Willis is Bran, didn't you know that?
Oh shit!
And then when Willis
Sansa's gonna marry
his hawk,
her brother.
Oh, that's a bit incestuous. And then when Willis walks into his hawk, because we know that Willis likes hawking, Willis tragically gets trapped inside his hawk, just like Tobias in Animorphs.
Hang on a moment.
I
I
thought
was
this was
not
common knowledge.
expecting that. It's been. I'll have to brush up on my Animorphs lore. It's been so goddamn long because those books are for children. So it's just been a while.
Children. Mate,
Sorry, young
the
adults.
the parallels between the parallels. All right, we're done with animals. But
the theory with
Go on.
Willis Tyrell is that he walked into Luther's horse to walk him off a cliff.
That'd be fucking great. Luther is Willis's dad, right?
Granddad.
Or granddad.
Olenna's
husband. Yeah. That's beautiful. Confirmed. I was gonna say though that Howland's absence is mysterious, and like if we want to imagine that Howland might be a Greenseer, we might also imagine that he was visited by Bloodraven. Like we know that, when Bran was visited by Bloodraven, he saw the bones of 1,000 other dreamers, and a lot of people speculate that Euron was one of the other people visited by Bloodraven, because Bloodraven's on this search for like powerful people to be the next Three-Eyed Crow or whatever. And so I wonder if maybe Howland, like Euron and like Bran, was visited, but Bloodraven decided that he wasn't the best student, and maybe that like harmed Howland somehow, and maybe that's why he never leaves Greywater Watch. He's just become this like sort of, I don't know, like damaged or altered or maybe magically empowered. Maybe he's plugged into the Weirwoods at Greenwater Watch, which I'm not sure how that would work, seeing as the castle moves and trees have roots.
I
But
don't know
like,
if it does move, because I think I like the idea that the castle is just kind of like super difficult to find, and the swamp is super, swampy and like whooshy and confusing, and like the whole reputation that Greywater Watch literally moves. I don't know. I think that's like, it's a bit too high fantasy for the rest of the locations in Westeros, right? I know that there's some crazy bullshit that George has written about some castles in Westeros, but none of them move except
Here's
for
a
Greywater
theory.
Watch.
The castle doesn't exist. And they say that it's a mystical magic
Oh my
castle
God.
just to like make it like hard to like people don't know what's what. People don't know how to attack it. People try and find it, but they'll never find it because it doesn't exist, man. And like the Crannogmen are just like this decentralized, nebulous constellation of guerrilla mudmen eating frogs every which way, and you can't catch them, you can't find them because they have no centralized home. Maybe that's it.
Holy shit.
Creeping through the bogs,
That's awesome.
creeping through the marshes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope so. That's awesome.
Wait, wait, what are we talking about though?
We were talking about how Howland
Yeah, that's
reads
definitely
Skinchanged
bullshit though.
Dane. Yeah.
Like after 20 minutes of discussion, no, that's definitely bullshit. I don't know why we even entertaining this one.
Oh my God. See, I talked for 5 minutes about how about R plus L equals J, and then we spent 20 minutes on. This is fucking dumb.
Yeah, I don't see it. Sorry.
Why did you pick that one out?
I don't know. I thought it was funny. I'm
funny.
sort of curious about it because like it is still an unanswered question. Like what did happen with Howland and Arthur and Ned at the Tower of Joy? Like that remains an unanswered question. And as usual, I think that the version that we got in the TV show was like just like some lame watered down version of what we'll get in the books. And I'm really curious to see what that cooler book version is.
Do you think that we're gonna get a play-by-play of the Tower of Joy?
No, but like I think we're going to meet Howland, and I think that Howland will tell us about the Tower of Joy because that's where Jon was born, and I think that'll be part of how Jon's Targaryen nature is confirmed. So I think we've got to learn something about.
I have
and
some
I would just love
exposition
Howland
for you.
Your favorite. I don't want it. I would love to see like Howland just like roll in like Professor X, and if he was like visually changed somehow, like I don't know if it's like interesting or like appropriate to have Howland be like physically disabled by the fight at the Tower of Joy, but I think that might add something interesting. Like I'm always a sucker for violence having consequences, and like part of Ned's sadness from the Tower of Joy story and the Howland story. I mean, maybe that's related to Howland being hurt, like psychologically, if not physically. Oh, I think there's a lot of sort of interesting things you could do there. And also maybe Mira could tell us some of this stuff.
Yeah.
No doubt
Especially if
she
like
knows more than she
prompted by
said.
something that Bran learns, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, or even if Bran walks into Mira and then finds stuff out inside her head.
And he is prone to doing that because he's in love with her or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, like an adolescent boy does, he's doing things he shouldn't, and that
Absolutely.
might lead to finding things out that he kind of would rather not having known, you know? Like Bran, like biblically, is eating from the tree of knowledge, right? He's plugging into the tree, he's getting knowledge.
Oh, it's
He's
Bible
like
time.
and he's learning original sin, you know? He's growing up. So yeah.
He
What are we
sure is.
talking about?
Well, you mentioned not too long ago that violence being met with consequences is a strong thematic idea in these books, and I think that plays nicely into our next topic of discunderation. That being that the sand snakes are fucked.
Yeah, that's screwed. Do you wanna start us on this?
So the sand snakes, right? For the uninitiated, that's Oberyn's daughters. Yeah. No. The way the story leaves off at the moment, it kind of looks like that they're not gonna end things so hot. Because
Possibly too hot in the
think about
case of
Sorella,
Tyene and
who-
Nymeria.
Sorella, it turns out is not Shay. She's actually Aleras, who's at the Citadel in Old Town. Were you aware of that theory?
Alaras is Sorella. I've
No,
heard of it.
no,
I can
no,
spell
no,
backwards.
no. Sorella is Shay.
Sorella is Shay.
Yeah,
I refuse to even contemplate that one.
yeah.
But
That's
Sorella. I mean, I guess I can't. I mean, no. Well, no, because she's been studying at the Citadel all that time. Like she
no.
has all these
That's just
links on
nobody.
her
That's
chain.
that's no one in particular.
Is Alaras at the is Alaras a faceless man
No,
at the
she's-
Old Town,
he's
and
just a
Shay
dude.
is it's just some other it's a completely unrelated
It's a
dude.
complete coincidence. Anyway, yeah. Sorella,
You've blown my mind.
she's in Old Town, and shit's about to go down in Old Town. Don't you?
Oh
reckon?
yeah.
Yeah. Because Euron's descending on it with all of his bad boys, his motley crew. That they're gonna I can't think of any other Motley Crue songs. Anyway, and Tyene and Obara, them lot, they're in that place. They're in Doran. Oh,
Well, they're on their way to King's Landing, yeah.
yeah, that's Tyene and Nymeria, yeah. And Obara wants to destroy Old Town for some reason.
Yeah, Obara hates Old Town as much as Sorella loves Old Town, Nymeria says.
Yeah.
And Tyene and Nymeria are sent to King's Landing in order to take the council seat on the small council, and Tyene plans to like infiltrate the faith.
Well, I don't see what could go wrong in King's Landing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think our expectation is that it'll be blown up by Daenerys, and Tyene and Nymeria will be crispy, and if Obara goes to Old Town after killing Darkstar, she's probably going to have a bad time when Euron's apocalypse
You
hits
think that
it.
she can take Darkstar? He is of the night, man. You can't discount Darkstar.
I guess it is interesting symbolism that like the Martells have a son as their sigil, and Darkstar is of the night. So like, who better to kill Obara, daughter of Oberyn Martell, than Darkstar of the night, Dane?
Well, nobody has a better story than Bran, so I think it'd be better if he did it.
Yeah, you got me there. He's got to walk a dragon and just crash it into the Citadel to kill the Sand Snakes.
He's got crash land a dragon.
Oh, he's never flown a dragon before, has he? And they don't come with a manual.
Actually,
so like,
you know how
it's not
Sunspear has. Hang on, let me think about the layout of Sunspear a moment, because couldn't it be a landing strip?
Oh shit, that is some ancient alien stuff, man. What if Sunspear is actually a great Empire of the Dawn landing strip for the ancient dragon lords?
Is there any
Like
oily
the
black
prow ship
stone
structure.
there? I don't think there is.
Well, they've never said there isn't black oily stone.
True,
Therefore,
they've also
there is
never
black
said that
oily
Hot
stone.
Pie isn't standing on Podrick's shoulders to become the mountain.
True, confirmed.
All the things that the story hasn't explicitly denied are true.
That's
That's how
deduction.
theorizing works.
And like thematically, I think the reason why the Sand Snakes have to die is that the Sand Snakes, like specifically Tyene, Nymeria, and Abara, are all obsessed with revenge, and their mother slash stepmom Alaria tells them to not be obsessed with revenge, because revenge brings nothing good, and a skull can't make you happy. And that's one of the themes in the whole story, is that being obsessed with revenge is bad for you and bad for everyone. So I think that it just makes a lot of sense that the Sand Snakes, who more than anyone are consumed with getting revenge against the Lannisters for what happened to Oberyn and Elia, I think they've got to suffer and they've got to die for their obsession with revenge. And that kind of happens in an abbreviated way in the show, and I think that it'll happen in a similar but infinitely cooler way in the books.
My question to you is, even Sorella?
Yeah, I mean, Sorella is in Old Town, which is presumably going to be ground zero of Euron's Eldritch Apocalypse. But like, it is notable that Sorella slash Alaras has a special Golden Heart bow, and she's really good at archery. And I wonder if she might play a role in like the battle when Euron attacks Old Town, and she might like kick some ass. I think would be pretty cool. And maybe she'll help Sam escape Old Town. Maybe she'll heroically sacrifice herself so that Sam can escape.
That would be pretty cool.
Or maybe, or maybe she'll go with Sam and like protect him and help him. I love Sorella because, and like Alaras, because she's one of the only characters who like isn't involved in the Game of Thrones. She's just doing her thing. Like she's just having a good time and learning stuff because she likes learning.
Yeah, but why do you think she was sent to the Citadel? Is it really that innocent?
She must be working with the Brave Companions.
That's right. She's part of the Qyburn conspiracy, yeah.
I mean, admittedly, like, Alaras is in Marwyn's posse, and they've got the glass candle, and they're doing magic stuff. So, like, maybe Alaras is or will be involved in those conspiracies.
Yeah. I think that there's reason that she's involved with Marwyn. But Marwyn himself is kind of funny to me because he's a conspiracy theorist. He's kind of a nut job, if I'm honest.
Marwyn is us. Marwyn is all of us when we're talking about like ancient Dragon Lord launch pads on Sunspear.
And Storm's End
we are
a nuclear
embodying
plant.
Marwyn. Yeah, exactly. Ashai was an inside job, like all of that stuff. Like George put Marwyn in there to be the grizzled forum dwelling theorists, and when he just rolls up and says, "Hey, did you know that the Maesters killed the dragons?" and you're like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Marwyn? The dragons killed the dragons." And he just like jets off to fucking Marine on the next page. It's like, motherfucker, what are you doing? Who are you? Like, he's just so obviously not a part of the laws of the reality that every other character is abiding by, and it's just fucking hilarious.
I think it's interesting though that Marwyn was mentioned as early as a Game of Thrones, but he when he appears in A Feast for Crows, he spouts some insane bullshit and then fucks off.
Drops a gobbledygook and just eats, shoots, and leaves like a motherfucker. How's he mentioned in book one? Is he like the author of a book?
No. Miri mentions him. He when she says that she trained with him.
Yeah, true. That's the other ultra cool thing about Marwyn. Is
also,
that, like
I've been holding on to this one for a while. I wanted to put this into my long-awaited, future award-winning follow-up to my fucking blood magic theory video. That Mazdur, that's just a corruption of the word Maester.
Yep.
And
Maggie is Magi. I
don't know if that's widely. I haven't seen anyone talk about it, but it seemed obvious to me, and I thought, well, I don't know, no one's talking about this.
Yeah, no, that's cool as fuck. What do you think it means though? Like, why would Miri call herself a maester? Do you think she is a maester
I
in the
think
sense
that
of having learned from
she
Marwyn?
thinks that she's trained enough under Marwyn to have earned that title. I
Yeah, I
think
wonder if
that's the
Marwyn
idea.
agrees.
Yeah, probably not.
Mhm. So we all know that canonically Marwyn and Miri boned, right?
Oh,
Like
totally.
we're all across that, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, like
And
that
their
doesn't even
daughter
need
is
to be said.
Melisandre. Yeah.
Oh, there's a wrinkle I haven't heard.
Well, I just made
No,
it
I
up.
mean that.
I think.
I mean, you could write a whole fanfic about like Marwyn and Miri's love, and they have their daughter Melisandre. Then their daughter Melisandre gets like stolen by slavers, and then Miri and Marwyn are heartbroken, and their relationship breaks down as a result of their heartbreak over their daughter being captured by slavers.
What
I
I
mean,
don't
there's a
like
fanfic
about
for
this
you.
is that you've said that I could do that as though I haven't already done that.
New York Times bestseller list. Here we come.
All right. Shall we move on from talk? I've put that like pretty far along the yes, it's gonna happen. Sand snakes are fucked.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
kind of want
I
to put
would
the
put it.
caveat that Nymeria doesn't seem as consumed with revenge as the others. So I think her death will probably be more heroic, maybe.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like in that scene when they're talking to like Oberyn and saying what they want, like doesn't like Obara says war and Nymeria says war and Tyene just says like, oh, I'm the moderate one because I just want to murder some people. Like she wants to murder like child Tommen and she wants to murder Tywin. And
Yeah,
like
nothing
I don't know. I thought they
drastic.
were all
Just some.
yeah,
I mean, Sorella.
just some child regicide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Oh
we.
yeah. No. Sorry. Yeah. Sorella. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorella is the one. Yeah. Yeah. No. I agree. Like I think that's Sorella. And of course, like the Sand Snakes, there's also the four younger Sand Snakes, and I think they've got pretty good odds of surviving. At least some of them.
Oh yeah. Although Elia Sand, is it? Yeah, it's Elia. Kind of have some parallels with Lyanna.
Oh yeah. She's fucked. Lady Lance.
But then there's
She's screwed.
the younger three. Yeah, they don't seem involved in the story at all, and they're probably like the innocent children who might live through it all.
I think they'll inherit Dawn. Those three kids.
That doesn't seem too unlikely. I like
Like
that.
who else? You know.
Yeah, I mean Quentin's fucking dead, so
Yeah. Yeah. Who else is it gonna be? Bloody Archibald Ironwood.
hey man, don't
Um.
sleep on old Archie.
I never do. Um. Yeah, no, I mean, doesn't
Darkstar.
Elia?
Darkstar will become the Prince of Dawn.
I think he'll become the Sword of the Evening.
Evening.
Yeah, we
For
got
some
to have a
reason,
dark parallel to the Sword of the Morning.
I think it was just the way you said evening. That was like he's gonna don a fedora and walk around with the sword, being like, "Good evening."
He'll use Dawn to tip his hat.
No, I see a lot of
Um,
theories that try to somehow wrangle Jon as becoming the next Sword of the Morning, and I don't see the point of that. And I think that all of these ways of connecting him is kind of. But yeah, I think that our Sword of the Morning analog is going to be Gerald, probably. I think that's why he's in the story.
You think Darkstar will be the Sword of the Morning?
No, evening.
Is Evening. Yeah. Um, I think that Jon will wield Dawn.
That that's. Do you think he has an immutable connection to House Dane?
No,
That's
but
the
I
part
think
of the
that
theory that I
Darks-
really dislike.
I don't think Jon is going to get it in some like super official ceremony from all the other Danes, but I think the Darkstar will steal Dawn, and then he will inevitably do some rat fuck skullfuckery and lose the sword, and Jon will somehow get it. And like the reason why I think Dawn is important is that I think it's the original Lightbringer, and it will be used again as the sword to defeat the White Walkers. And like, who else is going to use it other than Jon? You know. Um,
Um,
and so I think Jon will like symbolically be the Sword of the Morning, if not like officially. Like he might not get the hat and the badge, but
yeah,
like
yeah,
you know,
yeah. That's the part I dislike is the like the epic reveal moment where it's like Aragorn is actually the king, you know, and it's Jon is actually, you know, the heir to this awesome title and sword, and it's like no, it won't be with such pomp. I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. There'll be like zero pomp, and like at the end, like if Jon dies or gets exiled, like the sword could go back to young, who's little baby
Edric,
Dane? What's
little
his name?
Ned Dane.
Edric Dane. Little Neddy Dane. Like surely he will be like the the Lord of Starfall, and he'll get the sword Dawn back. I would hope. Um, I would imagine it just be like a temporary thing.
Yeah.
Jon wielding
What do you
Dawn.
think's gonna happen to Longclaw then?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know. Like maybe a Mormont, like maybe Jorah could wield Longclaw.
Yeah,
Like
because
maybe
in the
Jorah could have
show
like a
he
redemption
offers
thing.
it to Jorah, and Jorah's like, no, 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 no. So yeah,
Which
that
seems
could happen.
like such an uncharacteristic thing to do, right?
I
Jorah
completely
is
agree.
such like in the books he would totally take Longclaw. Like
Absolutely.
wouldn't even think about it. Yeah.
His reasoning in the show is really stupid as well, because he says, I'm not gonna have kids, so you keep the sword. That's kind of his reasoning, and it's like,
Fucking bizarre.
why do you think that, Jorah?
Which is another one of like many examples of the show bringing up the idea of Jon and Daenerys having babies for no reason. No reason.
It's to subvert your expectations.
Consider color me subverted. I'm honestly kind of surprised that they didn't tell us that Daenerys was pregnant before Jon killed her.
It would
Just
have
to
been
sort of
so
twist the
easy
knife.
to just add that, wouldn't it?
And I'm also surprised they never told us that Cersei was pregnant. 'Cause I did hear from a little bird that originally there was going to be a scene where Cersei was pregnant, but then she miscarried, but then they
Well,
decided
they
to
did
take
tell
that
us that she
scene
was
out.
pregnant. They told us multiple times that she was pregnant, and then it went nowhere.
Mm. Yeah, no, true. I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah, I think there was supposed to be a scene where she miscarried, and it was going to be all traumatic and all that, and then they just cut it.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of like last minute edits and like weird stuff that happened in those last couple of
I
seasons.
don't believe that, because the finished product just seems so refined. So I don't think that they
So immaculately planned from start to finish. Like clockwork.
So the next
Uh,
theory we have, I'm conscious that we're about a third of the way through this document.
oh shit, are we? How long have we been talking?
It's been what, 90 minutes or so? Yeah.
Oh, fuck me dead. All right, speed round.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got Jon won't be a POV. He's dead and he's not coming back as a POV.
I mean, it would be cool if the first POV chapter of The Winds of Winter is Ghost. And it's like Ghost / Jon Snow consciousness, and then we never hear from him again. And
That would be
we
dope.
see him only through the third person as like this scary prophecy messiah figure.
So I think the backing for this is that Catelyn is no longer a point of view, right? And that serves a mechanical purpose, right? Because what's she doing that we need to know about right away? No, George wanted to build suspense about what the fuck's going on here, and then when she shows up in the epilogue of A Storm of Swords, it's like, holy shit, Catelyn's back. And then
Yeah.
the other idea is that she's a zombie now, so she's not the same person, kind of, and being in her head isn't going to be the same as being in the old Catelyn's head. So I think people take that case and then extend it to Jon dying and being resurrected.
Yeah, because the change is more horrifying and shocking and mysterious when we're not inside their head. But like also it would be very interesting to experience the personality change from inside Jon's head. And hell, like maybe we could get like a Stoneheart epilogue chapter or something. Wouldn't that be cool?
That
or
would
like
be
a,
cool. So
yeah.
I don't think there's any precedent that there has to be no POV, because like it's only happened once, and there are other reasons for why George wouldn't want to continue Catelyn as a POV.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it would be. Go on.
no, you.
It would be an incredibly ballsy move to make one of the main characters, like top three, if not the top main character of your story, no longer the POV protagonist of your story for the following two novels. Like that would be an extremely like dramatic,
I mean,
like
George did
authorial
kill
choice.
the main character of a Game of Thrones like 5/6 of the way through the first book.
Yeah. I think that like so much of Jon's character, like especially in book 5, is about like his internal thoughts about his compromises and his politics and trying to do the right thing. And all of that internal monologue would be lost if he wasn't a POV character anymore. So I think the only reason to make him not a POV character anymore would be if he becomes like a totally different person who is no longer interested in like thinking carefully about his moral choices, and if he just becomes like a violent, extreme, dark fantasy anime white-haired messiah Azor
Oh my
Ahai
god,
dude.
just keep talking about. Oh my god, it's so good.
like
I
like
really
just
like.
imagine like Guts from Berserk.
I really like Dark John as an idea, and I like mainly because I'm salty about how the show handled it. I just want George to see it hardcore in the other direction, you know?
Yeah. I think it would be cool. And like maybe like Stoneheart, like maybe we could go all the Winds of Winter and all the Dream of Spring without getting inside John's head, but maybe like in the epilogue or maybe like in one chapter towards the end, we get back into John's head when he does like the climactic thing, when he
That'd be
kills
great.
Daenerys or when he defeats the White Walkers, and we get to see like how he's changed. That'd be crazy.
So yeah, this is a really interesting idea. A lot of people brush it off instantly because it's like, nah, no way, John's like the main character. But I think what most of those people forget is that John's dead, and
Yeah.
I think that that's quite the catalyst for change. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Just like
where would
Beric,
you put
just like
this if you
Catelyn.
had a stupid two axial rating for every theory?
It's a good graph. I would put
Oh,
it
thank you.
towards I would put it towards the unlikely end, but I do like it. So
Right.
I would put it in the top left personally.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'd put it actually quite high along that axis, and not too far to the left. I think there's some chance that it will happen because George
Yeah.
has other people he can show us John's actions through. And you're right, like the main loss would be John's internal struggles with all the things he has to do. But
Yeah.
he introduced
Yeah.
Melisandre as a point of view, so
And
that'll
like
definitely be
Sam
useful.
could
Yeah,
be up
Sam's
there.
around. He'll be
And
interacting.
like in season 8, like almost every character converged to on Winterfell for
Yeah,
like the final act. So maybe the same thing will happen. So there'll be plenty of eyes on John.
yeah. The next book and a half, you'll definitely see um, plots and characters being rolled into fewer and fewer threads, right? Even though
Yeah. Yeah.
George is terrible at that.
Yeah, if theoretically George succeeds in writing such a novel, we will see
Yeah.
a culling of POVs because there are too many POVs, and that's why A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons are two books instead of one book as originally planned. He had too
Yeah.
many characters, and so like maybe John not being a POV character would be a way of converging the plot threads, simplifying the story, and
It's
getting the
also
bloody
super
thing
cool when
done.
you take your main character and like kind of leave the viewer in the dark on what they're doing.
Yeah, it's super baller.
Yeah. It makes me think of when Goku's coming back from Namek. And it's like, when's Goku gonna show up? And then when he does show up, it's like, yeah, man.
You know, I
Anyway,
heard that A Song of Ice and Fire started as a Dragon Ball Z fanfic.
did you?
I did hear that, yeah.
That'd be, where do we put that on the chart? I love it.
I just top middle.
All right, that was a really poor first iteration of the speed round. Let's see if we can.
Oh, look, we gradually accelerate.
Okay, so it's more like a slowly
Next
ramping up.
theory. Next theory, Aegon is good and Dany dethrones him.
Yeah, so this one's like that. Hey, it turns out that this kid they've been raising to be the king for all his life actually turns out to be not that bad at it. And then Danny comes along. Dennis Targaryen comes along, and with a crispy.
Dennis Mallister.
Isn't he the commander of the Shadow Tower? Is it Eastwatch by the Sea?
Yeah, man, don't
Don't sleep on
overlook
Dennis
Dennis
Mallister.
Mallister. Oh yeah.
Yeah, then Danny comes along and kills him and such.
Yeah. And I think that the simplest like support of the idea that Aegon might be a good king is that like we have that vision that Dany has of the cloth dragons swaying on poles amidst a cheering crowd, which implies that the common people might like him. And there's hints that he'll have allies in the Reach because they have friends in the Reach. And they might ally with Dawn because Daenerys killed Quentin Martell indirectly. So, like, the Martells will probably side with Aegon, and, like, the Faith and the High Septon, the High Sparrow might like him. So, like, he might actually be a very popular, liked king. And he is handsome, and he is, he says the right things. Like, he is kind of a shit, and
Yeah.
isn't good at fighting stone men, but, like, you don't need to be good. You just need to seem good. That's the whole point of the Shadow on the Wall. So, like, maybe Aegon will be popular, and then Dany will ruin everything by killing him.
Yeah, what that guy said. I really like this.
Yeah.
At least the perception that he's good. I don't think that he necessarily will be, one of the greatest kings ever, but because, like, I don't think he'll be in power long enough to prove that kind of thing.
I think the difficult question is, like, who will Aegon, like, if he becomes king, who will his advisors be? Will it be like Varys and, like, Illyrio and, like, Lemore and Duck and, like, some Reach Lords and the High Septon? Because like it's so important in a ruler who their advisors are. Like, that's true of Daenerys. Like, who will Aegon's advisors be?
Well, a lot of people, well, maybe not a lot. Some people think that Barristan's going to betray Daenerys for Aegon. I'm not personally too sold on that. I mean, they think that that's the betrayal for blood.
Yeah, the three betrayals thing is weird.
I think that's another one of those prophetic things that's going to be interpretable in many, many different ways.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that
Yeah, it
people
already
try and
is.
say, well, what's that betrayal? And what does this one mean if this isn't going to happen? It's like, man, a lot of shit, it doesn't fucking matter.
Because, like, Daenerys has already herself, she's thought, oh, Jorah betrayed me for gold, and no, Ben Plumm betrayed me for gold, and Miriam Azdur betrayed me for blood, and who betrayed me for love? Like, she's trying to puzzle it out along with us.
Yeah. And I think that's George kind of telling us that the entire point of these things is that they're wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
wishy-washy. Don't put the colors in with the whites because you'll get bleeding through the.
Varys said that, right?
Yeah, he had lots of washing machine etiquette advice,
A lot of dry cleaning wisdom from
and
the spider.
he knows that
Surprising,
because he's a mother. He's a housewife. Varys is young Griff's mother.
That's why you've got to read the books. You don't get this kind of rich detail in the TV show.
You get a recipe for a delicious roasted duck.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Don't get that in the show. Or reading the wiki.
It's a crying shame. It's a crying shame.
I don't know why the wikis don't include this kind. Anyway, where do we want to put this kind of thing? I think that it's quite likely that Daenerys is going to dethrone a generally well-liked young Griff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I feel really bad for the bottom right quadrant because a lot of the things that I think are going to happen are things that I like. So
Yeah.
so it's just
well, I mean, this hypothetical Winds of Winter that we've invented in our heads. Yeah, we quite like the thing that we've speculatively invented for our own
yeah,
entertainment.
it's not so often that I completely agree with something that I hate.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to put this. Yeah, it's fucking good. It's good shit.
I think it's very likely. I'm not as thrilled about that as I am about some of those other theories. I'd put it more like middle, right?
Middle right, yeah, like that. Put it in the
Wherever you think.
the chaotic neutral kind of place.
Yeah. Just like
That's what I was
Daenerys
gonna do
herself.
with this graph when I was done. I would reveal that it's been the political compass this whole time.
Oh no! Put it on that subreddit.
They'll have a lot to say about it. All right, moving on. Oh, this is a really
Next
like
theory.
everyone thinks this. Melisandre burns Shireen to revive Jon. There you go.
Yeah.
Lots of people think this.
But like, shouldn't it be Stannis' decision to burn Shireen? It's like the drama of the death of Shireen is that her father decides to sacrifice her. That's what's so heartbreaking about it.
Yep.
And would Stannis sacrifice Shireen to resurrect Jon?
No. Like, there are very few things that I'm gonna outright dismiss 100% from the get-go before exploring, but no, Stannis wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that it's gonna happen after Stannis is dead, and I think it'd be kind of cool if it's an attempt to resurrect Stannis and that doesn't work, but then Melisandre like goes over and is like, let's give it a fucking go with Jon. You know, the more I say this out loud, the stupider it sounds, so I'm gonna stop.
I got a corpse, I got a child, I don't know how this recipe works. Yeah, I don't like it.
How do you think it's gonna happen then? How do you think that Jon's gonna come back to life?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be a fucking shave and a haircut like it was in season 6. Because that was dumb.
Hey, she prayed really hard, okay?
Oh, so hard. I mean, what if it's Stoneheart? Like, I think there is another theory on your list somewhere that Stoneheart will, like, give up her life force to resurrect someone else. Maybe that person will be Jon. Because, like, the interesting thing about, like, the Catelyn-Jon relationship is that Catelyn hates Jon for being a reminder of her husband's infidelity. What if...
Oh, she finds
but the
out.
interesting
Oh my
thing,
god, yeah.
She finds out R plus L equals J. She finds out her husband didn't cheat on her. But she also has Robb Stark's crown. And Robb Stark in his will chose Jon Snow to be his heir as king in the North. But Catelyn has that crown, which symbolically gives her the power.
I know a few people who would actually disagree with that, but
I
know that's a kind of a fringe belief.
But wouldn't it be interesting if Stoneheart forgave Jon and recognized him as Robb's heir and gave him the crown and gave him her life force, like Beric gave it to Stoneheart?
That'd be super fucking sweet.
Resurrect Jon.
Because at the moment, Lady Stoneheart seems to be like this emissary of revenge, right? That she's all of this toxic ideas about vengeance personified. Her making that sacrifice to someone who she hated her entire life would be a complete reversal of what we were talking about with the Sand Snakes, where forgiveness and acceptance is a beautiful thing and leads to the savior of humanity coming back to life or some shit like that, right?
Dare I say, it's almost like Christ-like, as like an act of like forgiveness and like dying for someone else's sins and enabling the salvation of humanity through self-sacrifice, like Stoneheart giving her life to her bastard nephew. It kind of tickles my pickle. I 8 out of 8.
The logistical issue with this is that Lady Stoneheart is leading a band of rebels in the Riverlands, all tied up in the Brienne-Jaime plot, right? And Jon Snow is dead at the Wall.
Yeah, all true. I mean, Jaime, I suspect, will fight against the White Walkers, like he does in the show. So I think Jaime will go north.
This is all sounding like Jon's going to be dead for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's... I mean, the more time he is... Yeah, I mean, the more time he's dead, the more time he spends in Ghost. And the more time he spends in Ghost, the more wolfish he gets. According to the magic of the warging stuff. And I mean, like, So maybe Catelyn could just travel up there to Jon. But I'm not sure what that travelogue would look like with Jaime just hanging out with the corpse of Catelyn Stark, like just chatting, like on the way north. I really
want to read those chapters. That sounds awesome.
Like Stoneheart is like not eating, and like she smells bad, and like Jaime's trying to make jokes, and she's just not laughing. Like it would just be very awkward.
I love that. That's awesome. No, but in all likelihood, Melisandre's gonna burn Shireen to melt some icicles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, as in everything, the show was just so underwhelming with Stannis burning his daughter only to make the weather slightly better,
and then just fucking die the next episode.
Yeah.
Oh man, the death of Stannis is like one of it's quite early for something so botched, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what I hate about the show is that everything just feels so nihilistic and meaningless.
Like yeah, he couldn't win if he had God on his. It's nasty.
Like literally, like half of the main characters in the Game of Thrones TV show, everyone would have been better off if they just gave up. If Daenerys just gave up and died in the Red Waste, everyone would be better off. If Stannis just gave up and just sank beneath Blackwater Bay, everyone would be better off. It's
including
so,
him. Yeah.
including him. It just negates all of the efforts of the characters. It sucks.
Yeah, humans trying to do things it's not worth it. Don't bother.
Expectations subverted, I guess.
All right, so where would you put Melisandre burn Shireen to revive Jon Snow?
I dislike it a lot, and I think it's moderately unlikely.
I think it's quite likely that Melisandre is going to burn Shireen under Stannis' direction, right? That seems like it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it being in service of reviving Jon, I mean, they are all at the... Hang on, are they all at... No, yeah, they're all at Castle Black.
Well, Stannis is the Crofters village.
Yeah. And that's all going to be him.
I guess it's possible that, like, before Stannis dies, Melisandre will change her mind and decide that Jon is Azor Ahai and will convince Stannis that Jon... But yeah, like, as you say, it just seems like a very un-Stannis thing to do. To go like, okay, I flip on a dime, I change my mind, I'm not the hero after all, I'm giving up everything for Jon. Like, yeah, that just doesn't seem like
I just have to report that that Rufuscent Eagle has just donated $50 to the super chat to say a very important message, and that is Gunga Ginga Gugong Gingong Gink Ginku.
Holy shit.
Thank you very much for I don't think we have too much to say about that theory in particular, so we're just going to move on.
Well, isn't that the universal language of friendship in the Transformers movie?
Oh, did we just become, like, soul bonded?
I think we might have.
Oh, shit. Anyway.
I'm just checking. Sorry, this is an important theory. Sorry. The universal greeting is actually Bar Weep Grana Weep Nini Bong.
Okay.
So slightly different.
Glad we cleared
point
that
of clarification. Okay.
So
good.
the issue I find with all of what we've been talking about is why exactly Melisandre would burn Shireen then? Like, why would Stannis want that to happen? What's the dire predicament that he's in that will cause this to occur?
I think he will be trying to Lightbringer. He will be trying to forge the sword Lightbringer to defeat the White Walkers, because he will take over Winterfell. Then the White Walkers will defend on Winterfell, and Stannis will be losing the battle against the White Walkers. And he'll figure the only way I can forge the Red Sword of Heroes to drive back the darkness is with the sacrifice of someone I love. So he'll sacrifice Shireen
because he doesn't love Selyse.
Didn't even occur to me. That's how little he loves Selyse.
I mean, it's true though. We don't get much affection between Stannis and Selyse, but he clearly does love Shireen.
Yeah, the whatever small shriveled drops of affection exist in Stannis's cold heart, they exist for Shireen, I think.
Okay, so it's to fulfill all that prophetic nonsense.
Yeah, the Azor Ahai Nissa stuff.
Yeah, okay, all right, and it has nothing to do with Jon.
I reckon it has nothing to do with Jon.
I actually like
wouldn't
that a lot
bet my
better.
life on it, but
yeah.
Because Stannis' Lightbringer sword is fake. Like, it has the light, but it has no heat, and Aemon says that it's fake, and Melisandre knows that it's fake. There's no confirmation of that, but Melisandre talks about how some of her magic is illusory. I think she knows that sword is not the real Lightbringer, and maybe she will suggest that we need to make it the real Lightbringer by burning Shireen. I think that kind of makes sense.
I'm also going to cite the show here because the burning of Shireen is not associated with Jon's resurrection at all. Sure, they happen in close proximity to each other, but no one brings it up.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's that.
Yeah. And so maybe the missing element in Jon's resurrection is Stoneheart.
That would be pretty dope, I think. That's a really cool and groovy idea. I'm going to put that on the board as well. LSH revives Jon. Revives is, it takes up less room and I'm much less likely to spell it wrong. I like that a lot more. I'm not going to put it at definitely, but yeah, you've put forward a pretty fucking good case. I actually love it, but yeah, it can sit up there. Okay, who's next?
Oh, final battle at the Five Forts.
Oh boy, final battle at the Five Forts.
Will the White Walkers be defeated not at the Wall in Westeros, but at the Five Forts?
Yeah,
in the
not where our
far,
entire
far
story has
east?
taken place, but somewhere we've barely heard of.
A place that may not even exist in the way that we're told in the books.
I don't want to take any guesses towards your feelings on this one, but it seems to me that I should put this hard in the top right corner, right?
Look, I actually do kind of love it. Because like there's a reason why George Martin wrote all this stuff about the Five Forts and the Grey Wastes beyond them and the demons of the Lion of Night that attacked and Hercule the hero and all of this Eastern mythology that is suspiciously identical to the Westerosi mythology about the Long Night and the White Walkers. I think it has to pay off, and like I really do like the idea that the far north of Westeros and the far east of Essos are geographically connected, maybe
No.
through like an ice bridge or something.
No.
And I really like the idea that like Jon or Bran will have to make a journey to the Heart of Winter in the far, far north, maybe riding a dragon in order to like defeat the Heart of Winter. And maybe that will sort of wrap them around to the Far East. Why not?
Ah.
I'm sensing that you're suffering right now, Glidus.
I don't like Westeros and Essos being connected. Mainly because when I picture a map, it just looks so fucking goofy.
Yeah, but like also like look at any medieval map. They all look fucking goofy. Like that map in the World of Ice and Fire is not meant to be like perfectly
Oh, of course.
accurate. It could be distorted. Like the fucking Mercador projection done by the Citadel Maesters could be way off. I think that the geography could make sense. I think the issue is just like the narrative. Like it would just be really weird if Jon Snow just emerged blinking into Imperial China and just had to like explain to the Yetish that he knows what to do to the White Walkers.
Like, okay, but so the problem I have with it is most people cite this thing where George has said that Westeros is like the size of South America and that the planet is slightly bigger than Earth. I think he said as well.
Yeah.
And so they take these two things and they're like, well, this is why when I picture Essos connecting to Westeros, it like snakes around for an entire half a planet before it connects.
Yeah, but that's only if you accept the map being proportioned the way it is.
But if
depicted.
Essos is actually kind of north facing, if it like twists up to the north and the Five Forts and the Wall are much closer than they appear, that'd be kind of okay. And the Shivering Sea is actually like this huge like Mediterranean Sea where it's the only outlet is the Narrow Sea. That'd be cool.
Totally. And like there are sort of hints in the geography because we are told that beyond the Five Forts are the Grey Wastes, which are freezing cold.
Yeah, that's beyond the wall.
Just like beyond the wall. And there are the haunted forests of Mossavi, where like ghosts and necromancers exist, which sounds suspiciously similar to the haunted forest beyond the wall, which is this sort of ghostly, mystical, spooky place. So it could be that Mossavi and the haunted forest are actually one and the same.
You're also neglecting to bring up that there's Chinese Craster in the haunted forest.
Well, I mean, the books don't say that Craster isn't Chinese.
Everything that the books don't explicitly discount is true. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, there's also the possibility that the Five Forts are just the wall.
That they're literally the same object, and that when the Night's Watch... that doesn't make sense, because the wall has... Hang on, what is it? 19 castles?
Yeah.
So, how...
519 stuff gets lost in translation.
I don't know. I feel like if you have 5 forts defending your civilization, you can probably hold up the correct number of fingers, and that's not really going to get lost in translation.
I mean, look, all of this is true, but we are told like repeatedly in the world of Ice and Fire that the further east you go, the less reliable the information
Yeah,
is.
of
Like there are
course.
the fucking like Thousand Islands with the fish people. There's the city of the winged men and Carcosa. Like all of that stuff, we're not meant to believe it 100%. So we are not meant to believe the Five Forts 100%. Like it could be distorted, it could be misinterpreted, it could be Jon Snow's house. I don't know.
So the other thing you said that was that George wrote all this stuff that you expect to pay off at some point, right? And I'm not entirely in the same boat because the World of Ice and Fire is divided into like two different authors, right? There's Gildane and there's Yandel, and
Yeah.
isn't Gildane, so the stuff written in those boxes, that's George. That's directly from George, whereas everything Yandel wrote was through Aelio and Linda, right?
Is it? I don't know if there's that sharp of a division.
I thought there was, but I'm willing to revise my thoughts on that.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so not settled on that. We probably can't get into it then. But yeah, I have this suspicion that a lot of the stuff brought up in the World of Ice and Fire is kind of like it's just flavor, especially all that far. I know that there's a lot of fixation on it, and there's so much cool stuff to read into, and I think that's exactly what's happening. Is people are reading into it, and I just don't think it's going to be relevant, except for a
Goddamn
shy. A shy
literature
is
working as
definitely
intended.
a shy
Yeah,
is
well,
definitely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it's not just a shy, like it's the stuff about like the Great Empire of the Dawn and the Bloodstone Emperor, who is equivalent to the Night's King, and like the Azor Ahai, Hercune, Eldritch Shadow
Okay,
Chaser
so
being equivalent to the Last Hero. Like,
if you say that all that stuff is relevant, what way do you think that's going to be relevant? Because the way I read that is that it's basically comparative mythology, right? It's
yeah,
the author's telling us that this world is deeply connected in a mythological way, right? And I don't think that these actual civilizations and these specific legends are going to play into the ending of the story.
yeah. I don't expect Hercune the Hero or the Bloodstone Emperor to like rock up and like high five John. But I do think that that mythology reinforces the significance of those themes and
Totally.
those patterns.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I think that because of those myths, we can be more confident that something along the lines of the Azor Ahai sacrifice of Nissa Nissa, or like the Bloodstone Emperor, the Black Stone falling from the sky, being equivalent to like the Red Comet and like the Long Night starting. Like I think that that mythology exists to sort of reinforce those ideas. So yeah, like do I think the final battle with the White Walkers, do I think Jon Snow will fight at the Five Forts with the Yetish? No. But do I think there's significance to that stuff? Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And I mean, we could go deeper with there's all these theories about like the Great Empire of the Dawn had a capital at Ashai, and like the Danes are descended from the people from the Great Empire of the Dawn, and the first Azor Ahai was the first dragon rider, and he used the dragon, which is Lightbringer, to destroy the dragons. Then he came over to Westeros
Yep.
and built the Hightower Foundation. We know all
Yep.
that.
Yeah, that it's a lot of air, isn't it? It's also
It is that.
bewildering to me. I honestly don't really care that much about the Great Empire of the Dawn. Because they're mentioned so scantly. It's never mentioned at all, and like people make such a big deal out of it. And it's like, man, it's anecdotal. It's there to reinforce stuff we already know about our story, right?
Those gemstone emperors, bro, in Daenerys' dream in
Yeah,
book
it's
one.
oh
In
yeah,
book
great.
one.
Oh.
Bran's vision of Ashai in book one.
Yeah, shy, totally. Yeah, and like if you want to use
Dragons
this,
in Ashai, book
if you
one.
want to use this thing that's scantly mentioned to connect all of these ideas, that's fine. That's great, even. But I just do not expect it to. I don't think the words "Great Empire of the Dawn" are gonna be uttered in a Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that the narrative or the mysteries of the Great Empire Dawn could maybe be revealed a bit through like the Return of Dawn, and through like further revelations about the Last Hero and Dragonsteel, and like I would be shocked if we didn't find out at least a little bit more. Like indirectly. But I agree that like Sam isn't gonna like meet a gemstone emperor. And I totally understand like the impatience with like all that stuff. Like we're not gonna like yeah. Like I
All right.
get it. It should, I just think it's really cool world building.
It is, and it's cool world building in a series that like in the text itself, the world building is kind of, you know, George is very character and plot focused.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. It's kind of relevant to this one. I'm gonna throw one in from not the list we had. That beyond the wall, like once you go really far past the wall, there's another wall. It's not the five forts. It's just another wall.
Like an identical ice wall.
I don't
How
know.
many layers are there?
Yeah, and every time you break the wall, there's another wall.
Isn't that like a Doctor Who episode?
Wouldn't know.
So is the second wall manned by White Walkers or by humans?
Anyway, our next theory. Oh, we skipped a few actually. We skipped two because they weren't headings in the document.
Oh, well, these are quick ones. Like, Bloodraven will steal Bran's body. Yes, 100%. He's a spooky man. Oh, no, he'll try to. He'll try to do it, and then Bran will resist and defeat him.
Right, so you think that Bloodraven is going to be overtly antagonistic towards Bran, like by the time that their time at the cave ends?
Yeah, I mean, Bloodraven will think he's doing it for a good reason.
Yeah,
because he needs the power to defeat the White Walkers.
Some guy made
and
a video
Bran
about
will
that once.
disagree.
Yep.
I bet.
I'm going to put that in the increasingly crowded top right corner.
Why did we choose so many theories that we like and think will happen? Who would have thought?
I don't know. Maybe humans like thinking about things they like. Who knows? And then,
I mean, on the go on.
Then there's this one where Sansa becomes the Queen of Westeros. See, this is one that's dumb.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
no, it's
yeah,
dumb.
we can-
I think that Sansa being a ruler is great, but
Not Queen of Westeros.
not Westeros.
And does this mean like ruling queen, like Queen Regnant of Westeros? Like she literally
Ooh.
becomes the monarch of Westeros? I don't see it at all.
I think you said a different word, but
Did
I
I?
almost like the idea of her being. No, I think you said regnant, and I heard regent, and
Yeah,
that
I
got
did
me
say
thinking about
regnant.
what if Sansa was some kind of like power behind the throne. Like she's not like the crowned queen, but like what if like Bran is like the sort of mystical king, but Sansa is like the secular queen. You know, like she's sort of she's like the hand of the king, or she's like the power behind the throne, and she like because like if Bran is the king, like he's not going to be very interested in taxation and land
What was
disputes.
Brandon's
I'm
tax
imagining.
policy like?
Exactly. I think Sansa would know. Sansa would have a great tax policy
Yeah,
because
she
she's
knows
learned
how
all
to put
about
leather on
financial
armor.
Littlefinger.
Yeah.
Sansa knows all about leather.
Sandra Lannister is gonna save us all. Yeah, I think this idea comes from her being kind of an Elizabeth I analog. I think that's
Oh, yeah.
that's where the person who submitted this got their thinking from, and I don't think that necessarily means that she's going to be in charge of the whole continent by the story's end.
I mean, her story is very much like. I mean, it hasn't really started in the books yet, but her arc is going in the direction of her learning how to be a political ruler, or at least a political player. And one of the few things that I liked about the final episode of the TV show was Sansa being Queen in the North. It's like Jon shouldn't do it in the end. He's going to be a fucked up zombie hero. Like Bran's going to be a tree, and Rickon's going to be a wolf boy, and
Arya's gonna she's actually gonna be cast in carbonite and fed to the Rancor.
it's the only way to stop her.
Yeah, Queen of the North. I hate the way it happened, where she's just like, I would like to be independent now, please. And Bran just like, yeah, sure, do that.
And also, there's like this subtle undertone of Sansa like undermined and like negged the shit out of her own family repeatedly in order to gain power, and the story's just like, That's fine. Like it's just like another weird, like cynical, nihilistic aspect to the
Right.
final season. How
And,
Sansa embraced all of Littlefinger's manipulative bullshit and got rewarded for it.
and the final nail in the coffin was when she shat on Big E. Poor Uncle Eddie. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
rip for
Sansa's
Ed
not gonna
Muir.
be Queen of Westeros. No, 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 no. Maybe Queen of the North. That seems like a thing.
There must always be a Stark in Winterfell, and I think Sansa must be that Stark.
Okay, so now we've got that Rhaegar knew he wasn't Ah. Now if you check the Scrabble dictionary, that's two A's, is that's a type of lava.
I think it actually means, oh no, my baby is not Jesus.
Is melting in lava.
I should not have divorced my wife.
Yeah, so isn't this one basically what we're presented with? Aren't we told that Rhaegar and Aemon were like talking about, hey, yeah, you're Azor Ahai, and then later on they were like, oh wait, you're not Azor Ahai.
Yeah, this is not a theory. I guess we can.
Why
say
did you
confirm that
choose
this
it?
one was easy. Well, no, all right, I did choose this one, and I like it because Rhaegar had a sense of doom, and he was a sad boy, and Targaryens have visions of the future, so maybe Rhaegar, at some point, had a vision of him dying at the Trident, and he knew that he needed to die as part of the destiny of saving Westeros, and you can tie that into the mythology of Azor Ahai forging Lightbringer, because he tempered his sword in in water, and then in a lion, and then in his wife. And you can say that he tempered his sword in Lyanna, and he tempered his sword in like
Trident.
Aegon got the trident is the water, and so like he's like the third death required for the birth of Lightbringer or some shit. And so I think that there's like a prophetic backing, and there's also like a character backing because
Well, when you think about
of Rhaegar's
the order they
sad boyism.
died in, Rhaegar dies in water, Aegon dies to the lion, and Lyanna dies. Lyanna dies.
Well, from Rhaegar's sword,
Yeah.
indirectly.
So there's
yes.
water, lion, and then your wife. You kill your wife.
Yeah, and like you do have to torture it slightly to make like mountain killing Aegon into the lion, but like Tywin's orders, so I think that works.
I mean, it was good enough for Oberyn.
Yeah, look, if it's good enough for everyone, it's good enough for me. I
Totally.
live by that.
Yeah, this is true.
So yeah,
This is literally true. So, so it's going in the definitely pile.
Do you love it, Glidus?
I do like that Rhaegar at least was willing to admit that he wasn't personally the savior of humanity in the end.
Yeah. It's an uncharacteristic moment of humility from Prince I am Jesus, savior of the world.
I mean, we
Targaryen.
can't discount that he spent much of his adult life believing that he was literally the savior of humanity.
Yeah. Maybe he figured it out right at the end.
Good
Just
job
after he
there.
had already fucked everything up.
Good job, Raymond. Good old Raymond Targaryen.
Everyone loves Raymond.
Everyone hates Rhaegar. Every night in my dreams, I kill him again. Petyr knows where Tysha is. Oh, sorry.
I want to see Robert's Rebellion, but not as a drama, just as a sitcom, like a family sitcom.
Isn't that what House of the Dragon's going to be? It's a sitcom about a Targaryen civil war.
Oh no!
That's why they got
I bet.
Matt Smith to play Daemon.
Custard and fish fingers. Daemon Targaryen.
So
Classic-
Petyr knows
classic
where
Daemon line.
Tysha is. Petyr, for those who don't
Doesn't he?
know, is middle fingers.
Mm.
So just wanted
Salad
to clear that up.
fingers.
Yep. Oh, did you see? There's a new salad fingers. I think that David Firth released to launch a merch store or some shit.
I did see that.
Oh, we're both
Good shit.
salad finger aficionados.
Of course.
Very good.
Speaking of salad fingers, does he know where whores go?
I think saddle fingers of the Saddle Club, particularly would know where whores go. But Petyr, I mean, he is a whoremonger, so it makes sense that he knows where whores are. I don't know about where they go though.
That's a real thinker, that one. But just to tonally take a complete U-turn. One of the saddest.
What's about to happen?
I'm so sorry.
They sex trafficked a child. Yeah,
they sex trafficked a child. Jane Poole. And maybe in a similarly horrifying way, Littlefinger sex trafficked Tysha after she was raped by the Lannisters, by Tywin's guards and Tyrion. And the sort of the horrifying twist of this theory is that what if Tysha became like a sex worker or a slave at one of Littlefinger's brothels, like Jane Poole, and then Tyrion had sex with her, thinking that she was just some random sex worker, and he didn't recognize her, but she recognized him. But she hates him for raping her, so she didn't reveal herself. And it's just this like extra layer of misery onto an already miserable story, which just seems to me like the sort of thing that George might do.
Yes. The problem, however, is that the whole Tysha thing went down in 286, I think, something like that. When Tyrion was 13, yeah.
When he was 13, yeah.
And Petyr is what 5 years older than Tyrion. So, was Petyr in a position at 18 years of age to do that?
Was Littlefinger a teenage pimp? I think we can actually we can figure out that timeline, because when Tyrion investigates Littlefinger, I believe he does learn the timeline of when Littlefinger came to King's Landing and when he became the Master of Coin. So you could probably figure that out. But look, I agree. You're right. It probably is not feasible for him to.
So yeah, thematically, yeah, it'd be great. But I think it's fine leaving it as kind of an echo rather than a literal involvement of Petyr doing what he did with Jane.
Petyr.
Brian. So yeah, I don't like involving Petyr specifically with Tyrion's quest for love. I do know that it's funny how often Petyr and Tyrion come into conflict with each other over just things that you would not expect them to, right? It's so crazy how antagonistic they are to one another by complete chance.
Yeah, like the purple wedding and the cat's paw blade thing, and
even the gold cloaks changing hands, right?
What, from Janos to Jocelyn?
Yeah.
They've sort of unknowingly fucked with each other, or sort of just indirectly fucked with each other. That it would almost be ridiculous if Tysha was also.
Yeah, this is kind of like a Scooby-Doo level contrivance, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no way, because
extremely depressing sexual exploitation. It's not a show that anyone would want to watch.
My reasoning for putting this in no way is that Petyr was working in Goldtown in 289, which is 3 years after after that whole thing went down. So yeah, that's fun.
I mean, Tysha could have gone to Goldtown to try and get a ship to the east, but got intercepted by Littlefinger.
All right. Yeah, Matt locks on at 9. Go back to bed, old man. So this one's fucking fun. We've got the High Septon in a bowl of brown.
Yeah, eat the rich.
Putting that top right. Moving on. No, so it's the High Septon in the riot of King's Landing, right? In A Clash of Kings.
Yeah, and he's corrupt and rich while the people are starving, and it's sort of appropriate for him to be consumed by the starving masses, I think.
It's pretty pretty epic. Yeah. Um, do you think
Do you think he
George?
went in? Come on.
Do you think George would put literally eat the rich in a Clash of Kings?
I mean, not in those words.
Right, which is why he put it in like an extremely subtle cannibalism of a corrupt religious figure.
Yeah. I think that it makes a sort of thematic sense. My question is, did the High Septon end up in the same bowl of brown as Simeon, the singer? Simeon
Well,
Silvertongue.
that wasn't a bowl of brown, was it? That was Singer stew.
Well, the brown is stew, isn't it?
Yeah, but didn't Tyrion make that stew specifically?
No, I believe that Tyrion just told Bronn to kill Simeon and to make sure his body is never found. And then Bronn replies, "Oh, I hear they're cooking up stew with all kinds of meat down in Bottom." And that means that it is a bowl of brown. I thought. But also there's the small fact that the High Septon died in book 2 and Simeon died in book 3. So unless that bowl of brown has been bubbling along for
Would
a
you put
solid
it past
year,
them?
I would not. Which is maybe it works.
It's possible. It's not impossible.
So the name of this theory that I'm proposing is SSS, Simeon Septon Stew.
Let's do it. Whoops, we've got Simeon Septon stew. That's good. Now just by virtue of it being so alliterative, I have to give it more credit than it's probably due.
The only reason why anyone has heard of R plus L equals J and bolt on is because of the names.
Yeah, they sound so good. Which is why you have modern theories like what's the recent one someone posted about Patchface, the huge one that's blown up. It's like triple Patchface horn 360 no scope presented by Pepsi Max, and it's like yeah, man, great marketing for your theory. It was actually a really cool theory. I'll talk about it at some point. SSS, yeah. I mean, we'll never hear about that again. It's a great interpretation, though.
Well, here's what I want. Tyrion comes back to King's Landing at the start of a dream of spring. He goes down to Fleet Bottom. He gets some soup, and like a finger
in it.
A finger floats to the top. He's like, "Is that the High Septon's ring?" And then another.
I remember that guy's fingers. Yeah.
And another finger floats to the. Is that Simeon Star Eyes' bracelet? And it's like, oh my god! I am literally eating the results of my crimes. I'm eating crow. Like I'm. There's some metaphor that makes it work.
Let's leave that one to the lexicographers. And move on.
Like Tyrion gets like mad cow disease from consuming human flesh, and so he ironically dies as a consequence of his murders.
Yeah, that's thematically rich for Tyrion. Yeah. So our next one is that Brown Ben Plumm rides Viserion. And I really like your note for this theory. Your insightful accompaniment to elaborate on this theory, which is just why not?
Yeah, no, that's basically the sum total of my argument. But like for real, like Brown Ben Plumm, like there's a whole thing in book 5 about how Daenerys' dragons like Brown Ben Plumm, and Tyrion talks at length about how Brown Ben Plumm has Targaryen blood, 2 drops of Targaryen blood from like an intermarriage because he's from House Plum, and it's like, well, we're looking for a dragon rider. Yeah, the more you dilute it, the stronger it gets. So Brown Ben Plumm's like a dragon master, you know? And like Tyrion's looking for 3 riders. Jon Snow is presumably one. Tyrion might be the 3rd rider, but maybe he's not. Maybe he's not a Targaryen. Therefore, Brown Ben Plumm dragon rider. You'll love to see it.
No, I think that Tyrion is, and it's going to be Jon, Tyrion, and Ben.
Daenerys is not a Targaryen. Drogon is not a dragon.
That's right. Brown Ben Plumm. He's gonna go to Skagos and find Cannibal, and then yeah, that's right. And then he's gonna get eaten.
That would be great. Or Brown Ben Plumm could go east to get a dragon from Ashai and then wrap all the way around and pass over Lonely Light back to Westeros.
You know how there was that Targaryen princess who tried to fly all the way south?
Yeah.
And then she came back and was like, yeah, nah, we didn't find it. Do you think no one would have tried doing that going east?
Well, yeah, I think someone did try it going east, and that person's name was Azor Ahai, and he founded House Dane. I wish I was joking.
Yeah, the way you put it was funny. Like that is a legitimate. That is a legitimate. So you go east from the like ET or whatever, and you wind up like at the north of Westeros, right?
I mean, I don't know how the latitude works, but
and then
thereabouts.
And then you keep going and start your house at Starfall.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess part of the difficulty is that the fallen star fell at Starfall.
Yeah.
And you would think that the fallen star is what is like the black stone that caused the long night or something. So like, why would you be settling there if that's where it started? I mean, I reckon the star actually is the black stone that fell on Ashai, and then the legend of the fallen star just got like exported to Starfall.
So Dawn
maybe.
Isn't made of the same thing?
Yeah, well that's a good question because Dawn is like pale, whereas the black stone is black.
Oh,
But then again, like
so
Ashai, look, this is why. This
So
is why you invited me on to make such distinctions, right? but like the problem with the Shire is that why would you build the biggest city in the world out of greasy black stone that sucks in the light? Who would want to do that?
I mean, we've
Like,
built
either
our
it was
biggest
built-
cities in the world out of like disgusting life-sucking materials as well.
It's so fucking true. Why would any advanced civilization build Manhattan? Like, what kind of squishes would want to do that? Who would want to inhabit such a disgusting locale?
Well, this is why Marwyn is the same as those like Illuminati lizard people believers.
It is more plausible that the Great Empire of the Dawn only had access to cheap, low-quality building materials, and only the gentrified areas of Ashai.
What was the Bloodstone Emperor's tax code like? All right, Brown Ben Plumm writes for Septon.
Look. I mean, here I sort of have an argument because, like, why shouldn't Brown Ben Plumm be a dragon rider? Like, why? Because he's a quaternary character. He's not a main character. He's not important. But like, he still has every right to a dragon as much as Daenerys and Jon do. Like, I guess like he is sort of villainous.
But that could be cool. People use the
That
exact
could be
same
cool.
argument to say that Euron will ride a dragon. It's like, well, and Viserion too, that they're both villainous and treacherous and unscrupulous in these ways. And you know, Ben's not Euron, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, Ben's not magical, and his ambitions are more. I've never. Well, I mean, look. Maybe he performs magic off screen.
If you can't disprove it, it's true.
Yeah. I don't know. Where would you place Brown Ben Dragon Rider?
I think it's someone's got to ride that dragon for the first time, right? And Quentin's dead, so I just love mentioning that at every opportunity.
Just to piss off that one person who's watching.
You don't know how right you are, and yeah, I don't think he's gonna live very long after riding Viserion, but I think there's quite the chance that he will. I don't really care one way or the other. I like Brown Ben Plumm as a character, but I'm not too invested in whether or not he rides a dragon. Oh no, there's more than one person who's yelling about Quentin not being dead.
I actually agree with you that it would make a lot of sense if Brown Ben Plumm rode Viserion like temporarily, and then that doesn't work out well for him. Because like if he does ride a dragon, it won't be to save the world. Brown Ben Plumm is a very self-interested person.
Yeah.
So maybe he rides a dragon and he tries to use it for his own personal empowerment and his own personal enrichment, and that doesn't end well for him and he gets killed, and then and maybe Viserion gets killed. Maybe because Brown Ben Plumm takes Viserion, he then does something risky or dumb and then gets like taken by Euron or something like that. Like there's ways you could play
Yeah.
it because like I'm very open-minded about weird stuff happening with Viserion because what else will happen with Viserion? It's either Tyrion rides Viserion or Euron steals Viserion or Victarion steals Viserion. Like what else happens with Viserion? Who's going to ride him, you know?
You mean like directly, like right now in Marine?
Well, I mean, maybe not immediately, but something has to happen with
Yeah.
Viserion.
Like, is he
And,
the
and as,
dragon that gets stolen, that like finds his way into the hands of forces against Daenerys?
yeah, because Drogon is for Daenerys and Rhaegar is for Jon, so Viserion's just this wild card, you know?
Viserys is going to come back to life.
Don't tell him that. Don't spoil it.
Melisandre's going to burn Shireen to resurrect Viserys.
George told us that in confidence, okay?
I don't care.
We're gonna have to remove this part of the live stream. He's gonna be really upset
That's
with
fine.
us.
So the 725 people watching right now, the only ones who will ever know. This is why you
The
tune in,
secret
people.
cannot leave this room.
Oh, this is a great one. We got to talk about this. Balerion is Rhaenys.
Yeah, I dig it.
I bless the
You wanna explain
Rhaenys
this
down
one?
in Africa. So Balerion, the cute, well, he's not really that cute, is he? I mean, he's a cat. He's got to be cute, but the one-eared,
He's cute in a roughed
Subcat.
up sort of way.
yeah, he's cute like the street urchins in Oliver. Yeah, that's actually Princess Rhaenys. I get. You know how earlier I was talking about skin changing being this like super rare thing. I really do like this. It's super cute, but logistically, see, this is the problem with so many Ice and Fire theories. Is like, yeah, that's cool, but hang on a moment and think about how this could actually work out. You know?
Yeah. I really dig the idea that Targaryens are all skin changes though, because like
Yeah, how else do they
the
control
connection
dragons, right?
that like yeah, like it's not horns and saddles. Daenerys doesn't use them. Like and like but the connection between the Starks and the Direwolves seems very similar to the connection between the Targaryens and the dragons. And so like either that connection between Targaryens and dragons is some totally new magic that hasn't been explained at all, or it's just an analog to the skin changing magic that the Northerners use to control animals. So if we assume that all Targaryens, or at least dragon riding capable Targaryens, are skin changers, then maybe they can skin change into their animals after their death, just like wargs can. And the idea is that when Rhaenys was killed by the Mountain in the Sack of King's Landing, maybe she skin changed into the cat Balerion. Why
Yep.
not?
Well, the answer to why not is there isn't really a reason for all the things you just said. There is no like, yeah, Targaryen control over certain mythical animals does seem pretty much identical to Stark control over certain mythical animals, right?
Yeah.
But the cat's not a mythical animal.
I mean, like it has a bit of a mythos because like
It is Balerion. You're right.
it is Balerion. It's named after the Black Dread, the greatest dragon of all time, and it has a history because Balerion was a kitten at the time of Robert's Rebellion, and then during the main story we meet this one-eared black tomcat who Arya chases around King's Landing, and then we assume that this is the same black cat as Balerion. Which is a theory within this theory.
Yeah, true.
And interestingly, the one-eared tomcat is like notably sort of angry and aggressive.
Yeah,
Like it
isn't
has
it,
this
like,
distinct
Quite
personality.
anti-authoritarian as well.
It is a real like rebel cat, and you could interpret that as being a anti-Baratheon Lannister cat. It's a pro-Targaryen cat. This is a cat with political allegiances that it's expressing
It's a
because it is Princess Rhaenys Targaryen.
tomcat with an agenda, man. That's why.
I love it.
Yeah, it's super cute. And look, yeah, the mechanics of it work out. I can't say it's a definitely. I can definitely put it high up, but the other thing is like there'd be no like there's nothing detrimental to this theory being true, and also there's no other like thing going on with that cat or what happened to Rhaenys' mind, you know? So why not have Balerion be Rhaenys?
Well, there is the complication of Balerion's rivalry with Sir Pounce, which, through the intercession of Boots and Lady Whiskers, could escalate into an even greater feline battle. So, there are interconnections here with the broader catverse of
That sounds
Westeros.
fucking adorable.
I mean, we say adorable, but it's also fucking horrifying. Because Rhaenys was what, like 3 years old or 2 years old or something?
She's a bit older than that.
So you've got like the mind of a toddler, like a terrified toddler who just saw her mother and brother killed before her, entering the mind of a cat.
Oh no, she was
Like
fake, you're right.
The more you think about it, the more upsetting it is. So it's like equal parts cute, equal parts deep,
Well, hang on.
dread,
Aren't-
and horror.
Aren't cats basically as intelligent as human toddlers? I think I read that
Oh.
once. Do you think George knew that and was like, you know what?
You think George reads the Journal of Cat Psychology monthly?
Well,
Um,
he's definitely not writing, so maybe.
The less he publishes, the more likely it is that he's reading cat psychology journals. I look. I mean, I think it's very unlikely. Like it's balls to the wall tinfoil, but I do love this theory.
I don't think it is that outlandish. Maybe it is, because maybe by the time George initially wrote these ideas, he hadn't like figured out, yeah, Targaryens are skin changers, and the cat actually is literally an embodiment of Balerion, the Black Dread. So yeah, maybe it is fucking insane, but yeah, it's great.
I think like one of many hard questions about this theory is how would it be revealed, and like how would even the Targaryen skin changer thing be revealed? Like I guess Bran could walk into a dragon, and that might support the theory that Targaryens and Valyrians are skin changers. But like, even then, that's a long way from proving that Rhaenys is a cat.
No. Sam walks up to Jon in the crypts. Jon.
I got some exposition for you.
I don't want it. So yeah, I
fuck.
might have to move that closer towards the no fucking way. But man, it's so good. Let's put it up there. There you go.
Yeah, I dig it.
Whew. We're almost there.
Almost at the finish line.
Home stretch now. We've got Gendry. This one's cool. Gendry reforms ice. So, ice, the ceremonial sword of House Stark, is melted down into Oathbreaker and Widow's Wail. Thanks everyone for correcting me on the last one. Yep, it's Widow's Wail. Thanks. And this idea is that both of these swords will get in proximity to Gendry, who has been taught by his master how to fuck with Valyrian steel, and he can make ice again and rename it fire for the heck of it.
You think Gendry would get naming rights over ice just for having
well,
reforged it?
I mean, he made it, so. But the other
It's his
Valyrian
now.
steel swords that get gifted in the story are named by the people who receive them. So maybe, I mean, who would he be making it for? Would he give it to Arya?
Oathkeeper was named by Jaime.
Oh yeah, true.
In the books, and the other way around in the show, as is said daily on the YouTube comments of a certain video. Oh boy, never gonna forget that one.
Ooh.
Yeah, like there is some specific reason to think that this might be the case because like Gendry's master is Tobo Mott and he's from Cohort and he specifically is the guy who was able to reforge Valyrian steel. He split those swords apart,
Did
so
you know that one
maybe
off the top of
his
your head, or did you have to look that up?
nah, never have to look anything up. It's all up here. So maybe the student will reforge the swords that were split apart by the master.
That
Like
would be pretty
there's
cute,
a
wouldn't it?
poetry there.
Yeah.
That'd be extremely kawaii.
That's what I mean by cute, by the way, is that it's emotionally resonant. It's just kind of a shorthand here on the Glidus channel.
Yeah, as soon as you said like the toddler will become a cat and call it cute, I was kind of like, we have different ideas of what cute is.
I guess I mean like, oh, isn't that cool that it connects in that way? Like, it's cute that George wrote it like that, you know?
I dig it. It's a nice harmony. I get it.
Yeah, it's sort of like poetry. It's kind of a rhyme. Yeah, Gendry reforms ice. Do you think that that's the destiny of those swords in the story?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like ice will always have more symbolic significance than fucking Widow's Wail. Like, Oathkeeper is pretty special. So maybe, like, Brienne will continue to wield Oathkeeper.
But maybe part of the oath is, I mean, it's not stated at all, but, like, maybe an extension of the way she views that oath is returning that hunk of steel to the place it came from.
Yeah. I mean, maybe once Brienne's task is complete, she will relinquish Oathkeeper. I mean, she's sort of ended her mission to protect Sansa in the show, so maybe she will end her mission in the books and will give up Oathkeeper, and it will be reforged with ice.
And Gendry will be hanging around, ready to do it. How do you think Valyrian steel? How do you think that works?
I don't know. You probably got to like sacrifice a baby or something. It's Song of Ice and Fire.
You have to kick a dog.
You said to say something really mean to your aunt.
Some people...
Yeah, I mean that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't...
Well, is it though? Because like Tywin hired Tobo Mott to split apart. Well, I guess maybe reforging it. Oh well, no, like he got to forge the swords. Like he forged the swords, Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper. Like I feel like if there was some kind of circle of pentagram candles and like 77 virgins being burned on a fire in order to reforge the Valyrian steel, I feel like that
red balloons.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been mentioned if there was some dark sacrifice that went along with that. Maybe it's quite simple. It's just like, like a trade secret that's kept by the Cohoric.
But the thing is that it's like deeply guarded by like a guild of Cohoric blacksmiths. So why the hell would Tobo teach Gendry how to do it?
That's an excellent point. Yeah. That's an excellent point.
And I don't see those swords getting to Cohor before the stories end. So I don't know. I it'd be cute as if ice is reforged, but well, that's kind of it. And Gendry's kind of the only way it could happen, right? Unless Tobo shows up in the Riverlands, is like, hey, you guys got some Valyrian steel you wanna put together?
Like the merchant in the end game of a video game, just like hanging out. Final battle. Want to buy some health potions? Look, I mean, we've already got Jaime and Stoneheart going on a road trip up north to resurrect Jon. Why can't Tobo Mott just be the third wheel in this just disgustingly awkward like travelogue? Can you imagine what the conversation would be like? Jaime, Stoneheart, and Tobo Mott, the three heads of the dragon, just fucking walking all the way to Winterfell. I would love that.
Can that be the whole book?
It look, at this rate, it will be.
I quite like Gendry reforming ice. I'm not entirely sure if we'll see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like 50-50 because I mean, like, even if it's not Gendry, it could maybe be someone else. Like there could be another Smith character or something.
Because this mystery of how Valyrian steel is worked, it's not nothing, and it feels like there will be an answer to it. I don't know.
And the answer might just be like dragon fire with
Yeah,
a spot of human sacrifice.
yeah. So maybe Daenerys comes over and she's got some dragons, and someone's accidentally left them in the streets of King's Landing, and and then the swords just happen to melt together.
Well, what if Daenerys burns Brienne while she's holding Oathkeeper
Oh no, don't no.
and
That's not cute.
Widow's Wail? Oh, Dany might not be nice in the final books,
What?
so maybe that will like spoilers.
What?
Uh, so maybe that's how it'll happen. I
But
don't
she's
know.
so pretty. How could someone pretty be that mean?
No, you got me there. Actually, you got me there.
Big brained you. All right. I've got two more here. They're a bit. Well, this one in particular is quite beefy. What do you think?
You said we've only got 3 theories left, and I'm like, they are three. They are two of the biggest theories.
Well,
I'm gonna let you break the ice on this one.
do I have to? All right. So
have
we
to.
have. Is everyone ready? Are you sitting down? Are you holding on to something? So the long night.
Get a stiff drink.
The long night was caused by the moon cracking open and the sky blackening with its debris and meteors. And I think another part of it is that the moon crashed into the arm of dawn, and that's why that broke, and the debris from that is what blackened the skies, and that's what the long night was. And this one is basically summed up as long night, moon, meteors. I think this one comes directly from the brain of David Lightbringer. I'm not sure if anyone else like had these ideas before he felt the need to explore these things. So if I'm wrong about that, please do tell me, but I don't think I am. How'd I do? What do you think?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, that's the thesis statement.
That's the fast and quick of it, and other synonyms. There's a lot more. There's so much written on this. Like David really went to town with this one.
And continues to.
Is he still going on this one?
I don't think it ever stops. I don't think it ever stops. But there is shockingly like some tangentially supportive evidence for this one.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting that there is a lot of mythology about like falling stars
And
in
a
the
crack
story,
in the
like,
moon.
and a crack in the moon. Like Daenerys hears the story about the moon cracking and dragons coming out, and the Danes were supposedly founded after a star fell to their island, and that allowed them to forge a magical sword called Dawn. And the forging of Lightbringer by Azor Ahai with Nissa Nissa. Nissa Nissa cried out, and her scream cracked the moon. And the Bloodstone Emperor worshipped a stone that fell from the sky, and his mythology with his killing his sister sounds a lot like Azor Ahai killing Nissa Nissa. So like a lot of like the mythology does have imagery of falling stars, cracking moons, forging swords, dragon fire.
Pigs
It
flying.
all just sort of swirls together. Pigs flying. It all swirls together into like, and like Melisandre talks about the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers.
Yeah, and there's all this association of blades, blood, comets, the moon, and in so many places. Even if you think the idea is completely laughable at first, I do implore you to at least give it a cursory glance, because there's so much connective tissue that has been that he's found about this one. You know.
Yeah. And none of it's like ultra conclusive, but like it's hard to deny that there is like something going on here, at least symbolically. And like also it also works like mechanically, because like, you know, a long night, like we're told that like there was no sunlight for a generation. What could block out the sky? Like, is it just a magic cloud,
yeah.
or is there actually a physical reason? Could
As
it be
we
a
know
rock
from
hitting
our
the earth?
world, you know, the sky gets black. Like this fucking happened. This is how the dinosaurs, you know, all had a big nap. Is when a big hunk of space decided to hit up Mexico for a little bit.
Yeah, space hunk gets you every time. And like there's like, speculation that David Lightbringer does about like Ashai being the capital of this lost empire of the Dawn, and maybe Ashai was where the first long night started, when like the Black Stone from the Bloodstone Emperor hit Ashai and started the whole thing, um and like all the black stone scattered around the world, and yeah, like all these like world shaping cataclysms, like the breaking of the Arm of Dawn and all that sort of stuff. And of course, like George Martin's like science fictional background.
Yeah.
Like there are like science fictional explanations behind a lot of his fantastical stories. And
Would you
this
go
would sort
so
of make
far
sense.
as to say that A Song of Ice and Fire is science fiction?
Look, I don't think that the Red Comet is a Vulcan spaceship, if that's what you're asking. Uh,
You're boring.
But like, I mean, look at Ashai. Like they've got a fucking glowing green incandescent river, which looks like a fucking nuclear, and like the fish mutate there, and the children don't survive. It sounds like some sort of like fantasy version of a nuclear holocaust. And there's also some dialogue that sort of hints at it. Like Salador San says, "Oh, when will that happen on the moon on the morrow when the red comet comes again?" And like George Martin in an interview once said that, "Oh, I have established that red comet. If I want, I could have the red comet hit Westeros and wipe out all life." So like, there's some stuff there,
Do you think that this second moon cracking open is part of the seasonal fuck up?
Yeah, probably.
The astronomical imbalance that causes all of this wackiness going on, because our seasons hang on, what do I know about our planet? I know that like our seasons are caused by the axial tilt of the earth. Does the moon have anything? Oh yeah, that don't we think that happened because a bit of planetary mass collided with the earth like 3 billion years ago or something?
Glidus, I'm slightly concerned that we know more about the geologic planetary history of Westeros than our actual planet that we live on. But
It's because
yeah,
one guy wrote
like
the geological history of this planet, whereas the world we live in is shaped by like at least 4 guys.
Aristotle, Plato, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, like maybe the reason why the seasons are wonky in Westeros is because the planet got knocked off its tilt by a comet, and then all it needs to be set to right is another comet hitting on the exact opposite side of the planet to balance it out, and it'll be back to normal. It hit Ashai in the east, now it's going to hit Westeros in the west, and then all the seasons will be
Bear
normal
Island.
again.
It's going to hit directly on Bear Island.
Fuck the Mormonts.
No.
Wannabe Vikings.
The real Vikings. The Iron Islanders. You know what? It's going to hit Great Wick.
Overrated Great Wick.
So,
Is it really that great?
I think Old Wick is cooler, actually.
Yeah, that's where Roger the Raider is, isn't it?
Yeah, man, he's based. Based in Book.
Harlaw. Is Harlaw the name of the island, or is it Old Wick?
Isn't Old Wick where the Kingsmoot happens on?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot going on here, and like when I first encountered this theory, I'm sorry, David, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? But the more I read, yeah, like he's done a really good job with this one, I think.
Yeah, and there's so much more that we haven't said here and can't say here.
Yeah, like this stream is already 3 times as long as it was supposed to be. But we could make it 6 times as long if we wanted to really delve into this theory. Look, explore it if you want to. It's fascinating. Even if you don't end up believing everything David says about it, you will come away with more insight into all the connected mythos of this planet. I think. At least I did.
I think that's similar to like all the sort of like Great Empire of the Dawn, West East stuff that we were talking about. Like, I don't think any of this is going to be explained in like a super here's some exposition sort of way. Like, I don't think we'll ever get total clarity about this was an astronomical event with a comet that caused a fallout. Like, I think we will get some like intense apocalyptic dark fantasy shit in the next 2 books. And I think that a meteor impact could be part of that, but like it might not be understood as a meteor impact by the people of Westeros because they might not know what a meteor impact is. Like they might just see like a bright light in the north and a red comet in the sky, and then the White Walkers descend and everything's dark, and like it might seem more like a fantasy magical event.
Than
and
an
we as
astronomical
readers can
sci-fi
interpret it.
event occurring. But
Yeah. I don't think Brian Cox is going to come in and explain the orbital mechanics of what we just witnessed. I think it's
but
going to be
he's
more.
so good at explaining everything.
He's got a great voice.
So
Very
George
charming,
has said that all of the seasonal stuff will be resolved by the end of story, right? So does
Yeah, I
this
believe
theory
so.
then indicate that basically something like that will happen? That like a comet will hit. Well, there is a comet going around, although I think the comet's well gone by now, isn't it?
Yeah. I look. I'm not a comet doctor, but like, I'm pretty sure that it can't be the same comet coming back and hitting within a year of it departing.
Maybe that's what the time skip was going to help with.
Ooh,
Huh.
that's an interesting point. But even with an extra 5 years, like,
Yeah, no.
what is like how regularly can
'Cause
this thing come?
Wasn't the comet passed over when Rhaegar was born?
True.
And then when Joffrey became king.
It was not when Rhaegar was born. It was when Aegon was conceived.
Is it?
I believe so.
Was there not a
Believe
comet
so.
over the summer hole shit?
No, not to my knowledge. Because the comet was the reason why Rhaegar believed that Aegon was the prince that was promised.
Hang on, I'm just gonna look at the comet. Are we ready for some high octane Wikipedia searching?
Oh, this is what the people came to see. Or to hear, at least. I'm pretty sure it's... I'm like 90% sure that the comet was not when Rhaegar was born. The comet was when Aegon was conceived.
Well, I'm sure the
I
chat
should be
will
able to look that up by just...
tell everyone at once.
I can just yeah, here we are. Yeah, here's the line. Aemon says in Samwell 4: A Feast for Crows, "He shared my belief when he was young, but later he became persuaded it was his own son who fulfilled the prophecy, for a comet had been seen above King's Landing on the night Aegon was conceived. And Rhaegar was certain the bleeding star had to be a comet." So yeah, it was Aegon's conception.
Right. Okay. I thought there was another one. I thought there was another sighting of it. But that's even like sooner than Rhaegar's birth. So Aegon would have been conceived like 281 or something like that. 281, 282.
Yeah, something
Which is
like
only 17 years out. I don't know.
Like, if this comet came every like 25 years, even with the 5-year gap, like, it would be a well-known thing if people saw it multiple times in their lifetime, you know?
That's the other thing. It may not be the same comet.
Yeah, and again, like, Melisandre mentions multiple comets. Like, in Davos 1, she says, "When the stars bleed and the cold breath of darkness falls heavy on the world." And, like, the whole multiple moon thing, like, there could be a bunch of rocks out there, you know? Like, I don't think George has to adhere to, you know, astronomical mathematics.
Yeah, I often wonder if he thinks about that kind of stuff. I mean, he's got to be thinking about something this whole time.
He doesn't know what color eyes Renly has. Like, he's not... you know Tyrion's...
grows a penis.
Yeah,
Between books. Or does it lose?
It happens more often than you think. Tyrion's scar changes between book 2 and book 3. In book 2, Tyrion's scar starts above his eye, and in book 3, it starts below his eye.
He's got one of those rippling scars. What about it? Mandon Moore used a special wizard's spear.
There were 2 points on his sword.
All right, where would you put? I mean, this is such a huge idea that it's like kind of irresponsible to package it all in one thing and just say it goes here. But I'm gonna say like that there's a lot going on here, and some of it is basically undeniably true in this one.
Yeah. I mean, so much of it is just sort of unfalsifiable symbolism and interpretation.
Yeah.
Like, if you had to nail it down to like a specific falsifiable prediction, I think it would be a comet will hit Westeros and cause the new long night. And even that, like, when it happens, I think it might be ambiguous, you know? I think we might see a light in the sky, we might see a darkness, we might see a wasteland afterwards.
And, like, if that coincides with the Horn of Winter being blown and the wall coming down anyway, then no one's going to be able to fucking tell.
Exactly. And yeah, like I'm certain that it will coincide with like, yeah, the characters on the ground doing magical, sorcerous, spooky stuff. So, like I think it's hard to prove true or false. But I definitely think there's some cool ideas in there. So I know it's already crowded, but I would put this sort of lightly in the upper right quadrant.
Yeah, yeah. It's hang on. Let me just work it around some other theories. Okay. There we go. It can be nestled there. Okay, that'll do. Whatever. We've
Lovely.
got one more. The last thing I want to talk about today, and that's that the others. Well, how do I want to put this one? It's the idea that the others were like hunting Starks and thought that Waymar Royce was someone else, or maybe they like knew that he was like because the Royces have a connection to the Starks, so maybe maybe they thought the others are hunting Starks. That's the theory.
Yeah. Yeah, because the others think that the last hero and Azor Ahai who defeated them last time is of a particular bloodline, and the Starks are that bloodline, so the Starks are their enemies. And Waymar kind of looks like a Stark from his description, and therefore that's why the White Walkers killed him. And this is Joe Magician's theory, I believe. He's a really great YouTuber, podcasty, Song of Ice and Fiery person.
I think the correct term is YouTubist.
YouTuberator, yeah.
There you go.
Bajikian. So yeah, I mean, I like this, but I don't know if there's enough supportive evidence, to be honest.
Yeah, it would
I don't
be
know. What
cool.
do you think?
It seems quite likely that certain legendary historical, well, like mythological figures were Starks in one way or another, like the Night's King and potentially the last hero. I don't know about the last hero.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I sort of dislike about this theory is that it leans into the idea that like these houses are like, or like the Stark specifically, are an 8,000-year-old unbroken bloodline, and that magical bloodline really matters and is important. I don't like that because it plays into like that monarchistic fantasy trope bloodline of the hero tripe. And that sort of irritates me.
Yep. Well, maybe it's not actually true, but the others believe it's true, and they're acting on that. But them thinking it true kind of makes it true, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, like that scene, like that prologue chapter is very interesting. Like it's easy to forget some of the specifics of what happens there. Like Waymar gets surrounded by like 6 White Walkers and they laugh at him. And they sort of ritualistically kill him and they like fight him one at a time. And they sort of test him. And so like, and this is all stuff that I think Joe Magician points out in his video, but there is some weird stuff going on there. And like maybe that's a result of like early book weirdness. There's a lot of sort of weird narrative threads and ideas in the early book that don't quite necessarily go anywhere. So I don't know. It's food for thought, but I don't know if I'm fully on board this particular train.
I think it's possible that George's conception of, I mean, they seem pretty important, so maybe it's not something that's that prone to changing, but maybe he had ideas about them that were no longer relevant when he continued writing the series.
Yeah. And to clarify, like my understanding of the theory is that Waymar Royce superficially looks like a Stark with like his dark hair and whatever, and that's why the others think he might be a Stark and kill him. But you've also got written here the idea that maybe Waymar actually is a Stark because he's Brandon Stark's bastard.
That's a tangentially connected theory. I don't think this is the Joe Magician one. So this is that Waymar Royce is Brandon Stark's. Sorry, let me use English grammar. Waymar Royce is Brandon's bastard. And I think the justification for this one was that like he looks like a Stark, and also Brandon was known for being like a womanizer, and that kind of fucks about type of person. And they've said that his presence in the Eyrie would explain how Waymar is a Royce, but I have to break it to whoever submitted this theory that Brandon wasn't at the Eyrie. It was just Ned and Robert. So sorry about that. Yeah.
And also, if Waymar was a Stark,
which is like way far away from the Eyrie.
I would call this half-baked, but I don't think it's quite there yet.
No, I would leave that in the oven for quite a bit more than what it already was. I mean, it would be fun if he was. Kind of completely irrelevant, but it's unfortunately just not a thing.
What if this character that died at the start of the book that came out in 1998
the first book
was actually the son of this other character that died 16 years before the first book that came out in 1998? What groundbreaking narrative revelations could come from this?
I think you'll find that A Game of Thrones was published in 1996. I got it. I did the gotcha. I it's been 3 hours and I worked it back around.
Glidus wins. Glidus is the champion of A Song of Ice and Fire.
I think we both won because we realized that friendship was more important.
Ah.
Where do I want to put others are hunting Starks? I like the idea, but I don't think there's... it's kind of neither hither nor thither,
We spell it as hunting Snarks?
Yeah, we can do that. I can do that for you, buddy. All right, and that's everything we had. I actually cannot believe we made it through all of those, and I'm so thankful for you that you stuck around this whole time.
Yeah, no, look, thanks so much for having me. This was really fun. We got through some quality stuff in here.
Yeah.
There was some good ideas in here.
Some good banter. We learned we learned a lot about the world and our world and each other, and I think all of us, including chat, thanks. You were along for the journey as well. We all came out on the other side of this bigger people, I think.
Bigger, if not wiser.
Well,
yeah, thanks for coming in the live chat, everybody.
Yeah, thanks
so much.
Thanks
for joining in.
And thanks so much for all the super chats, which I'll catch up on in a moment. Congratulations on all of your recent stuff. The Tyrion rap's fucking awesome, man.
Thank you. I mean, personally, I think the thing big, thing small in GOT video probably better, honestly. But
yeah,
I had a good time.
I feel like that one has some really strong inspiration behind it.
Yeah, look, I was really channeling George on that one. But congratulations on your season 6 Piss Take series. I'm very excited to see the rest of that.
Oh, me too.
When are we getting episode 3?
I finished the script. It's long. Oh, it's so long. Oh, a lot of people have asked me, like, hey, why are these ones different to the season 7 and 8 ones? And I thought it'd be kind of obvious because, season 6 is flawed in very different ways to season 6 and 8, I think. So I kind
it's
of
not as obviously bad.
Yeah. It's the surface level, it's actually much, much better. So, I have to assume a more analytic tone and go more in depth on some things and all that boring shit that you all suck up. You YouTube fools.
Hey, don't tell them.
The kind of people who would watch a 75-minute video about a single character. Like, you're such suckers.
No. But a 3-hour stream, that's the good stuff.
Oh, that's what you stick around for. Especially the super chatters. All right.
I reckon I'll let you catch up on the super chat, and I'll duck out and fetch a yogurt.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Have a brilliant rest of your evening. I'll talk to you some other time. I don't know. I'm not your mother.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Till next time.
Contrary to some other submitted theories, I am not your mother.
Well, there's no evidence either way.
All right.
See you, Glidus. See you, chat. Bye.
Bye, Alt Schwift X. Wasn't that fun, guys? Wasn't it great having him around? What a personality. What a guy. The man, the myth, the legend himself. The original and the best. That's not just me making that shit up. That's his literal channel slogan. Yes, we will get season 5 piss takes, but it will not be soon. All right, I'm just gonna catch up on some super chats. We're not gonna talk about any new theories. I'm just gonna read through some stuff. So if you're not interested in that, yeah, bye. Thanks so much for sticking around. It's been great. I love doing these streams, and I'd like to pick up the pace, but I've got so much other stuff to work on as well. Alrighty, how do I find where the super chats are? I'm still kind of new to all this. Where can I see just the super chats? Does anyone know? Do. Well, hold on. I just checked the studio page that says viewer activity, and it says no new super chats or members, and it's like, well, that's not true. I saw them rolling in earlier. I know there's a few I haven't read yet. I'm going to refresh and hopefully I'll see something. I know that the streams had issues for a lot of it, and I'm sorry about that. Yeah, my internet. Yeah, classic third world problems with this internet. But the whole purpose of these streams is that I'm going to get through all of the theories in my big old list, and then several years from now, I'll edit them all together into one big video. So I'll to cut out all the chaff like the one we're sitting through right this moment. And yeah, all those technical issues will be ironed out. There'll be no lag in an edited video because it's being recorded directly to my computer, obviously. All right, I cannot find the super chats, so I'm going to have to sort that out at a later date. Oh, baby, don't you love it? Don't you love hearing stuff like that? Pull the curtain back and all that, When I'm not publishing Winds of Winter yet. All right. I kind of feel like I should stick around a bit, but also I'm really tired. I've been yammering on for... It's so much better having someone to bounce off of instead of just rambling personally for that amount of time on your own. My jaw does hurt from all the laughing. Man, that was so much fun. That guy really knows his ice and fire. Who would have thought? Yeah. What do people usually do at the end of streams? I'm kind of new to how streams end. Yeah, so episode 3. I don't know, I was tossing out some ideas. Like, to preserve workflow, I kind of thought, hey, what if I write the script for episode 4 in this window of time as well, and edited them together and uploaded them days apart instead of weeks apart? I think that could be cool. Really get the subscriber boner going. I know it's not late, but I've done a lot today. People just talk to chat. People talk to chat? What the fuck? Who's up for some Among Us? No, we're not doing that again. Not after last time. Never again. Oh, we already had over 10,000 playbacks. That's crazy, man. I will get to those super chats at some point. I just don't know where the fuck they are. How does streaming work? It's so annoying. It's a miracle that this thing runs at all. Yeah, no, I cannot find it. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I know that this one was early for Americans, but look, I've been shaken up when they happen, and I had to line this one up with when old Schwifty was available to do that. So I don't know why there's still 559 people watching. We're done. Yeah. No, I'm just gonna. I don't know. Maybe I should lay down some smooth tunes, some piano practice. I haven't played much today. It's a muscle. You gotta exercise it. Next stream with Preston. Preston is he's how Harold Holt is trapped beneath the depths, and he's only going to interfere with the doings of humankind in a time of great need. Yeah, that's what Preston Jacobs is up. Like, locating him is impossible. I've been in contact with the guy once, through the efforts of some very kind people. That was so cool having him in my big boy video in the Glidus movie. Yennefer, hi Yen. Streams are pretty relaxing to watch back. Yeah, I've heard that too. Thanks so much for thinking so. It's so strange when people tell you that your voice is soothing or relaxing or, God forbid, attractive. Oh, horny women in the comments. It's like, oh, you hate to see it, but no. What have we got? I don't know if the keyboard's going to be too loud or whatever. Like, if I do this B flat sus to, let's chuck a mage 7 in there as well. I don't know how loud that comes through. I actually played it quite softly. I don't know about any of that. Thing is, like, whenever I'm just on my own sitting in front of a keyboard, the idea is just keep flowing, man. There's no stopping me. But as soon as you put someone in front of me, it's like, hey, 500 people are here. Why don't you play something for them? It's like, I don't fucking know what to play. You guys like Dorian scales? Haha, wasn't that cool? Oh yeah. Oh, people liked it. People, the volume's good. That's good. That's good to hear. You know what I learned recently? I'd put this one on my list years and years ago, and I was like, one day I kept forgetting to, and it's like, I'm not entirely sure if this is right, but it's the right idea. And then I think it goes, and then it goes back to there. I can't do that at the same time as the melody, so I kind of just go like... And then the best part, obviously. Like, you could play the notes correctly, but, like, what's the fun in that? You guys like tunes from video games that came out 25 years ago? Me too, me too. It astounds me that there's still 500 people here. What the fuck are you doing? I cannot play Light of the Seven. I was actually working on that. I was thinking, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I played Light of the Seven when I got to the season 6 episode 10 video? And then I looked at the music for it, and I was like, you know what? Wouldn't it be cool if I didn't do that? Because, oh my god. I only have 2 hands, and I only have 24 hours in a day, and I gotta spend some of them sleeping, unfortunately. Thank you so much, everyone. Do I know the Hollow Knight OST? I actually don't know it that well. Like, I can... how's it? It's like a... do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And then it's like... no, it's not minor, it's just open. It's some shit like that. That's Hornet. I've never looked at that one. Then like Dirtmouth's great. It opens on this E minor 9. It's something like that. Yeah, man. I'm just improvising at this point because I don't actually know it. I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna sing. I've been talking too long to sing. Hollow Knight's so cool, man. I really should learn more of its tunes. Oh, how's the City of Tears go? I know it's in a flat key and there's this like harp with this arpeggio. All I can think of is the tune from Undertale where it's like that's what's coming to mind, and that's not it, but it's got a similar vibe to it, right? With the raindrops. I don't know. I'm just rambling at this point. Yeah, it's in E flat, isn't it? Or at least E flat, A flat Lydian, maybe. Yeah, it's got these in it. Oh yeah, the melody. It's like a do 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 do, and then it's I don't fucking know, man. I haven't played Hollow Knight in actually quite a long time, and my plan was to, after this series of streams, which I thought would be over way sooner than it actually will be. This is gonna take so fucking long, guys. After I'm done with this, I'm actually gonna do Hollow Knight. We're gonna stream regularly. I have a place set up for it now. I need to treat the audio a bit better, but we're gonna do it, and the first thing we're gonna do is play Hollow Knight, 100%. Steel Soul. Okay, maybe not Steel Soul. Christopher Larkin is... he's so cool. What a guy. Yeah, there was a leaked release date for Silksong, which seems pretty... Yep. Seems pretty legitimate. My favorite thing about this stream is that Schwift X and Glidus get on a stream together the day that the House of the Dragon teaser trailer drops, and we did not mention it once. We were talking for 3 hours. We actually planned, like, before we started streaming, I was like, hey, they're gonna ask us about the House of the Dragon trailer. And he was like, yeah, let's not talk about it. So Short People, right? Short People. Randy Newman wrote and played it in A major, but then to trick the copyright robot, I decided to play it in A flat major, and also transposing is fun. So how did I do it? It's been a long time. It's like then it's like, and then B flat, and then E flat sus7. I think that's it. And it's like shut people got oh my god, that's so complicated. And fuck me. The bridge just like. Yeah, cool song. Randy Newman, what an interesting artist, right? Imagine becoming that successful while singing like that. Thanks for sticking around, everyone. That's fun. I don't know the theme to Gravity Falls. What if I could do it in a different key? Hang on. I know there's a delay, but I'll wait for someone in chat to tell me a key, and I'll play short people in that key. Impromptu transposition challenge. Silk Song release date leaked. Winds of Winter release date leaked. Gone sexual. No, there's nothing sexual about this. At least I hope not. If you find something sexual about this, oh man, no. Do I know anything from cats? From the top of my head, I actually can't. I know that there's that that major seventh resolution to the octave in memory, and that's mostly all that I remember from cats. McCavity's a sneaky cunt. and there's that awesome song that's in, what is it? It's in 13:8, I think. That's McCavity later on in the song. Thanks for super chatting, guys. I'm not even doing anything. You people are nuts. I'm not lying in a bed. My chair is like on its last legs, honestly. There are 5 of them, and those are the last 5. Hang on, what's the first key someone said? D minor. Someone said D minor. So Short People is in a major key, but let's see what happens when I chuck it into good old D minor. So it's 6. It's 1 6 2 5. Pretty standard. So that's gonna be 1 6 2 5. This is gonna be so stupid. And then oh. That's so fucking weird. What have you? That's kind of cool, honestly. It's like, instead of this song about how prejudice is wrong, it's now an actual song about how short people are twisted little demon monkeys who are gonna get you every time. And how would the bridge go? It's like, you know what? I kind of want to throw the old half diminished, the full diminished chord in there. It's a wonderful world. Man along with us until the day we die. Day we die. That's dumb. Why would you ever suggest D minor? It's really touching to see how many people have stuck around. What the fuck, man? Get out of here. Oh, what's the Streamlabs? It's like, I don't think it's, is it major? It doesn't sound that strong. I don't know. Who cares? I don't know. I've always liked the idea of that song on piano, even though it like makes no sense. I love the Killers, or at least I love the first 4 albums of the Killers. Hang on, 4 or Battleborn's okay. But no, actually, Imploding Mirage is really good. I haven't listened to Pressure Machine yet. Maybe I should. Do B major. And then hang on, B major. I cannot sing. The shy people got. The people got no reason. That's so weird. It feels wrong. And then what I didn't put into the minor version was the mode mixture on that third chord, because the original goes A major, F sharp minor, then B major, which is out of key for A major, and then E sus. So hang on, D minor, there's our 1, there's our 6. Now 2 in a minor key is half dim. So the mixture would be major. That's kind of weird though, coming from B flat. Yeah, that's fucking incoherent. A Steel Soul stream. I have beaten the game on Steel Soul. I cannot speak. It has been so long where I've just been speaking. I think that trying to stream that shit, beating the whole game without dying, I might lose my mind, because I'm still trying to get over not constantly looking at the chat. Because, you know, I want to know what you people think. I want to know what's going on. But having to put up with that and the added pressure of, hey, if you make too many mistakes, you got to start over again. I don't know if I could do it, man. It'd be fun. It'd be real fun. What have I been working on? See, every time I sit down at the piano, I either improvise something completely new and then forget about it immediately, which is why I record improv a lot of the time. Or I play a song that I've known for so long and like will never forget. Like I think one of the first songs I ever learnt on piano. It's a lot easier than it sounds. At least until you hit the D natural instead of a D sharp. I'm not that great at piano. I lack a lot of decent technique. I know that. The piano for me was never an instrument unto its own right. I learnt it as a compositional tool, and then I accidentally like really started to like playing it, and then got kind of good. But I don't think I have any remarkable skill at tickling the ivories personally. I think mainly it's my compositional flair that you might like. Like that shit, you know? Isn't that fun? Compose an anime intro. I've never done that kind of thing before. Hang on. it's like and then it changes key 4 times before the actual song gets started. I actually have not watched Attack on Titan. I've seen like the first few episodes and I was like, this is weird. And I like weird things, and I probably would have continued watching, but I think I had other shit going on at the time. Glimbo album when? That is a great question, Andreas Martin. Ondi, I don't know actually when the album's coming out. I don't think there is an answer to that yet, but we are working on it. PR is difficult to organize in a pandemic. And I'm also working on... I need to message that guy. A solo EP. That's going to be great. That'll just come out as soon as it's done because there's no need for PR. I also want to publish a collection of piano improv. That'd be fucking sick, I think. And it's great to know that, like, of the 700 people who were watching earlier, 460 of them are still around. Even though I'm just rambling and occasionally playing barely recognizable tunes on the piano. That's really good to see that you're sticking around. That gives me confidence that I can still experiment with other stuff. There will be people in the comments of this VOD being like, don't watch the last half hour. And like, they're completely right. Do not watch the last half hour. But hey, yeah, it's good fun. I've got one more for you. I'll play myself off. You know, it doesn't work unless you do the it's a C9, and then the half dim chord on top rolls up. I'm able to do that really easily because a good pianist will have practiced it, and then it goes fucking. Are there octaves on top like that? Yeah, and so on and so forth, you know. People love the composer of video game music in the history of the medium. I don't think anyone... I'm not going to say that no one comes close, but love that guy. He's probably one of the major reasons that I'm a musician. I'm just making shit up. Hey, we got people picking up on the lick. Well done. We've got fans over here picking up on the lick. I was listening to Strong Songs with I've forgotten the fucking guy's name. Kirk Hamilton. Is it Kirk Hamilton? Anyway, he was asked about memes in music, like mimetic ideas that find their way into so many different songs, and his response to that, he was like, yeah, man, the 4 major, 4 minor, 1 cadence, yeah, that's a musical meme. And I was like, Kirk, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, if that's a meme, then how is that not a meme? How is the perfect cadence not a meme? How is the lick? I can't. I wasn't looking. How is that not a meme? And then he talked about this obscure trumpet lick that they play in solos as an homage to this guy I can't remember the name of. Oh, dude, everyone, please, if you have an inkling to play music, you must. What do you, like, please stop watching, go pick up your instrument and play it. There's no greater joy, at least to me. Passion comes to different people in all manner of ways, and this is, if you couldn't tell, mine. People think, oh, this guy, he's just a Song of Ice and Fire lunatic. Like, no, this is like a secondary hobby passion of mine. If I cared as much about A Song of Ice and Fire as I did about music, then I wouldn't have started making videos at season 8, let's just say. How often am I in the Discord? I'm there a lot of the time. I've got Discord open whenever I'm working at my computer. So that's why there's a rule in the Discord that, like, if you encounter me, don't be cringy, because, like, I'm just a guy there, dude. I'm just a dude there, guy. Play the CK2 theme. Hang on. Yeah! Or is it on C? I think it is that. What a great tune. And then there's bum 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 bum. Yeah, man. Aren't you glad you tuned into the Glimbo show today? What else have I got for you? I keep ending it and then not ending it. I'm not gonna sing. I'm still figuring out how to sing and play that one at the same time. I'm no Elton John. No one can string. Not just anyone can just string Elton John songs together. I went to see Tim Minchin when he was on tour, and man, it was one of the greatest performances of I've ever seen. He's incredible. Anyone who thinks that I'm good at this, I'm nothing. That man's incredible. Anyone pick up on what that song was? Huh? The song I just played? Anyone? And here's another one. The melody doesn't really work played on piano. Unfortunately. Can't really... hang on. Okay, it kind of works. Oh, Journey of Oldstones, that's a good idea. Do I remember how it goes? I did a verse. I think I did it in C sharp minor. Is that how Florence did it? Is that how what's his face? Daniel Portman. Is that how, or is it in C minor? High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts. The ones, what are the fucking words? The ones she had lost, and the ones she had found, and the ones who loved her the most, the ones who'd been gone she couldn't remember their names. Whatever. Spun away on a blah 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 blah. And she never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave. And in the version I posted to the Discord, I harmonized that, and then was this C. And I don't even know how I fucking did it. I fucking Jacob Collier'd it. I sang the C an octave lower. I'm not a bass. I can't do that. I don't know how I did it. You missed all 3 hours of it, mate. There's fucking almost 4 hours. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. That'll be the last thing, though. Yeah, Alt-Shift-X is gone. But the VOD will be up in just a moment. And, oh, yeah, it was a good event, Fleet. Good on everyone. Did they rip off Led Zeppelin? I mean, I think it's silly to say that they, like, had no... So the comparison between them, I think, is well-founded, but kind of overblown, to be honest, especially, like, after their first 2 albums. Well, if you count From the Fires as an album, and they, like, branched off into other stuff. Is it... Yeah, you can see that they're not really that into the whole early 70s hard rock sound that Led Zeppelin kind of defined in one way of thinking. Oh, thanks so much, everyone. Was it an undertone? Hang on, let me figure out how the fuck I did it. It was never wanted to... No, it's not happening today, but I think it kind of was. I've got an Echo Fighter tone. I don't know Hands of Gold. Then I think it's plain to see that Josh, however you pronounce their surname, he sounds similar to Robert Plant, and that may have been intentional. I mean, Robert Plant's incredible, so why wouldn't you want to sound like him? But beyond that and the general tone of the band, I think that the musicianship isn't the same. They play tight together, but it's not as, like, thoroughly crafted as Led Zeppelin's. Well, some of Led Zeppelin's music. Some of Led Zeppelin's music is actually trash, and I have to admit that. Did I do singing lessons? I had singing lessons when I was, like, 10, like, well before when my voice was an octave and a half higher than it currently is. And I didn't get too much out of that, to be honest. That was more like it taught me to control my voice and match it to pitches I was hearing or seeing, which was super useful. But mainly my vocal experience is in choirs. That I definitely recommend to most musicians. I think that singing in a choir is kind of invaluable, because it allows you to have such a personal and instinctual understanding of pitch. Playing in a brass band is also a similarly useful experience, but it's a lot harder to get your hands on a suitable brass instrument. And also there's an abstraction of control. When you're singing, it is just, it might not feel like it, but you are in complete control. Whereas with a brass instrument, there's a thing in the way of producing the pitch, right? So, yeah. Singing choirs. And then, like, in when was it? 2016? I started focusing on singing as a rock dude. Really stretching my range. I think over the past 4 years, I've extended my belting range from, like, G, that G, I'm not going to sing it now, my voice isn't there, But now I have belted like an octave higher than that. It's fucking mental. I've posted Gethsemane from Jesus Christ Superstar in the Discord server. I'm super happy with that. It sounds awesome. You've missed a lot if you've just shown up. Yeah, this is going to stay up. Don't worry about it. And even when I take it down, I will repost it on the second channel. So everyone subscribe to Glidus Glames, where I've got some music. I've got some memes. It's all good over there. It's a really chill channel. I like that one. What do I have to say to everyone? Thanks so much. Robert Plant lives near you. What the fuck? What a legend. Yeah, around then I started focusing on singing in a hard rock kind of style. I'm still working on it. Never a finished project. Should we just go for the full 4 hours? See if we can do it. Why? How are there still 400 people here? That's crazy, man. Thank you all so much. Yeah, so I definitely encourage singing in a choir, but I also have to recognize that a lot of choirs make it super lame and boring and not fun. Especially like school choirs, right? Reigns of Castamere. I don't actually know all the words to Reigns of Castamere. Oh, all the super chats have come through. Oh my god. Oh no, it's just the ones that have shown up since I refreshed it. And none of them have said, like I've already talked about. So Native Flora, PK35, thank you so much. One day I will stream Hollow Knight, and perhaps it will be Steel Soul. But damn, man. And Angelia Smith, thank you for the $2 to say beep. Very, very kind of you. Should we watch the first two theory videos? It really doesn't matter what order you watch these in. The whole purpose is that one day I will edit them into, like, this finished video is gonna be so long. I did not comprehend how long it was going to be, but it is so long. I don't even know how my editing software is going to handle it. My range is, I can pretty much always hit the G, but it sounds terrible now because I've been talking for 4 fucking hours. And from there, I can reliably hit 3 octaves above that to the G above treble. There are scenarios. I'm actually working on solidifying the C above that. I've got a song I'm working on that requires that. It's like this awesome breakdown screaming kind of bit. And I haven't been focusing so much on the low end, but sometimes when I wake up in the morning and it's super cold, you know, I can get E flat, D, C sharp, you know. So what? I don't actually. Hang on. Let me think about the numbers of that. If middle C is C4, right? So C4, C5. Yeah, that's C6 I'm talking about. So that's almost 4 octaves. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, not 5. I'm not Mariah Carey. Yeah. So yeah, there's big delay going on here because third world internet problems and such. Thank you all so much. I love the videos too. They're some of my favorite videos on YouTube. Favorite video game soundtracks. Mario Kart 8 is fucking incredible. The work they put into that is just insane. They didn't have to do that, but they did. I actually haven't played too many different video games in the past few years, which is unfortunate. I've been playing Hades, and the way I play games, I'm kind of weird. I usually turn music off and like watch YouTube videos in the background just so I can like feed 2 birds with 1 scone. You got to use animal appropriate language, guys. Don't talk about killing birds, man. Yeah, by like going down the watch later list while playing games. I remember in the long ago, this is the first when I remembered doing this, I thought, hey, maybe I have ADHD. I'm pretty sure I don't have ADHD, but I haven't been checked. Is that when I was like 9 or whatever, I unplugged. Remember AV cables on your TV, yellow ones for video and your red and white ones are for audio. Yeah, well, I plugged the yellow one from the Xbox into the TV, and the red and the audio ones from the from like the set top box or whatever, like the cable box into the TV, so I could play Shadow the Hedgehog while listening to a Simpsons marathon at the same time. Oh my god! And I thought, man. That's not normal. That's not normal to do that, is it? What is my vocal part? Ooh. I know that it's really lazy, but technically baritone. I did sing tenor for most of my choir career, but that's because I really liked it and not too many other people were able in my situation. But these days, I also really loved filling in alto and soprano when I could, just sneakily singing that part, thinking that no one could hear, but of course they could hear. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? Oh man, this has turned into a Q&A. I mean, what did I expect, honestly? American gang showing up late, absolutely. You guys have quite a lot to catch up on. We had such a great time with Mr. Schwifty. Oh, it was so great having him on. I'm so happy he joined us. It was great. All right, it's past midnight, and I feel like now is about time that I should probably leave, get to other stuff, maybe go to bed actually. Yeah. I'd love to have him back on. Maybe other YouTubers or theorists, even from the community, would be interested. I don't know how much of a swing my name has around these parts, but I just want to talk theories with people. I've had a great time, and having someone to bounce off of is just so much better than having to ramble for all that time. Yano. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about an ADHD diagnosis or whatever. Like, I am who I am. And I don't feel as though my life is crippled without medication for whatever it is my brain has wrong with it. Not that there's anything... I mean... Yeah. So, it'd just be like, oh, well, there you go. I have a, whatever. I mean, you watch my videos and you get a pretty strong inclination that I've got something going on up there. Swifty will not be back, at least not this stream. I'll talk to him about it, see if he wants to come back on. But yeah, you can watch over what we talked about today. Man, such a great time. Thank you all so much for joining me. I am going to hop off in a moment. I cannot Mongolian throat sing. Thanks for asking. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna pop off. Thank you all so much. This has been great fun. I think Schwifto was being genuine when he said he had a great time. It really sounded like he was enjoying himself. All right, man. Good night, everybody. Catch up if you didn't watch it, or don't. You've got your own life to live. More people have turned up. There are now more viewers than there were before. I haven't said anything about A Song of Ice and Fire in like 40 minutes. Oh man. Get MatPat on. Yeah. If he's, I'll just hit him up and yeah, we're in the DMs. Yeah, that'll do us. I'm just gonna... I know that the stream has a strong delay, so I'm just gonna play the piano and then randomly press the end stream button when I feel like it's been enough time. Alright, see ya, everyone. Hope you like D-flat major.